Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the Republic, Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia.
The burning sun casts scorching light on fragmented pathways. Shattered directions to a spiral of possibilities. The sabers rattle. The age of peace has ended on antagonism's sharp-edged steel. Real politics, global supply chains wrapped around the neck of a youthful figure behind the horizon. Where have all those dreams gone? The glowing hope and laughter of a carefree child? Buried in the fields of Zaporizhia, covered by the sands of the Levant. The world watches, standing idle, shattered responsibility, acknowledged by only a few. A mosaic of realities we face, a chorus of power plays, and double standards disintegrating into conflict. Territorial integrity or self-determination? Human rights or cultural distinctions? Self-interest or perhaps common values? In a tapestry of futures interwoven, we are fighting and doubting and talking over each other. But the furnace is getting hotter. But the furnace is getting hotter.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary General of the Bled Strategic Forum, Mr. Peter Girk.
Thank you very much for this powerful video. Dear Excellencies, Presidents, dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 19th edition of the Bled Strategic Forum. You know, I'm a big fan of Johnny Cash, a famous American singer and songwriter. He wrote a song in 1971 called or titled Man in Black. He wrote it because he was disillusioned with the world he was living in. We are in 2024. I'm afraid that somewhere above, Johnny is still wearing black, and it doesn't seem likely that he will put on bright colors anytime soon. For a long time now, the world seems to drift from tragedy to tragedy. From Ukraine to Gaza and Sudan. From Burkina Faso to Myanmar, Yemen, and Somalia. The list goes on and on. We are witnessing destruction, loss of innocent human lives, hatred, and total absence of compassion and solidarity. The world needs good news. It needs them now. Moreover, I'm not just talking about the conflicts, but also about issues which are equally or even more important for our common future: climate change, migration, energy, and food security. I don't believe in doomsday scenarios. I still believe that together we can overcome these parallel realities we are living in and find common ground which would allow us to move towards a more sustainable and just future. Basically, I still believe in humanity. I still believe in humanity. But we need a change. Thank you. But we need a change in how we deal with challenges. Fragmented processes yield fragmented and unjust solutions. We cannot continue just patching things up here and there. We need a comprehensive, I would say, a global plan. We need a summit of the future plan. And I hope in the next weeks we will be able to get to that. Before I give the floor to our host, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, let me just take this opportunity and thank my team, especially my conference director, Matej Gregorec, technical and logistical director, Urška Volk-Kovačić, and their teams. Without them, nobody of us would be actually here today. Maybe except me, hiding in some corner of the festival halls. Same goes for our partners and friends who support us over the years. And now, let the 19th Bled Strategic Forum begin. Allow me to pass the floor to the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs and the host of the event, Ms. Tanya Fajon. Minister, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Dear President of the Republic of Slovenia, Ms. Nataša Pirc-Musar, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia, Mr. Robert Golob, President of the European Commission, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, Prime Ministers, Secretaries, General Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the 19th edition of the Bled Strategic Forum. This year's title, Parallel Realities, seems to be particularly appropriate, although not necessarily for a positive reason. It reflects the state of the world today. It points to a number of injustices and inequalities. It exposes dishonesty and duplicity in decision-making. It shows the consequences of broken promises, and it appeals to our conscience and our responsibility. It involves fiery speeches and proposals in air-conditioned halls and loads of bitter tears and despair in unfriendly environments around the world that we visit in the course of our political and diplomatic work. We are surrounded by an increasing number of weapons and conflicts, and the number of wars is at an all-time high. Currently, 92, that is almost half the world's countries, are involved in conflicts outside their borders. The war in Ukraine has been going on for 2.5 years. In Tigray, almost 4 years. In Afghanistan, for decades, and Sudan, over a year. Not to mention all the other forgotten crises. Soon it will be a very sad anniversary of yet another outbreak of hostilities in the Middle East, which began on October 7 with a Hamas attack on Israeli civilians, and retaliation led to a humanitarian disaster in Gaza, and in the intensification of the collective punishment of Palestinians also in the West Bank. How is it possible that after having invested so much in international law, the United Nations Charter, the International Bill of Human Rights, and multilateralism as such, Security threats are multiplying, and the structures and pillars of global cooperation, such as international organizations and international norms, are crumbling? How do we feel when we see images of crying, wounded, and dead children, women and men? Why have we reached a point where actions are described as impotent, important but worthless, or meaningless phrases? Politics and diplomacy need to prevail over particular interests that lead to such results. Ladies and gentlemen, in September, Slovenia holds the presidency of the Security Council. Our country takes the responsibility very seriously. We will work tirelessly to ensure that our voice is heard, even if there is a degree of frustration and not seeing results on the ground. We will work despite the feeling of powerlessness, even when a veto is cast. And if we hear WCNSF during the debate, we will work even harder. Does anyone know what WCNSF stands for? Wounded child, no surviving family. It is an official new acronym in the health vocabulary of Gaza. It inspires a feeling of despair. But on the other hand, all this gives clarity about what was expected, what was demanded, and what was not respected. And one day, it will be a source of reflection. The Security Council has made clear what it wants. The 4 resolutions adopted would create a new reality if fully implemented. The responsibilities of each UN member state are clear, based on the statements made by the members of the Security Council, and in the absence of Israeli compliance, I believe we need to enforce implementation of the resolutions. I'm aware that this will be a very difficult political question for many in the Security Council. And speaking of responsibility, I call upon other countries to recognize Palestine as a sovereign and independent country, and to support a 2-state solution. It is a fact that the Middle East is being militarized and weaponized. The role of global and regional actors in this must be made clear. This trend cannot bring peace in the region. Actors on almost all sides are using the volatility to justify their own political survival. The same applies to the war in our immediate neighborhood, the European neighborhood. For the European Union, support for Ukraine remains unquestionable. Slovenia will continue to work for a just and a lasting peace in Ukraine, and it's clear that peace cannot be achieved without cooperation and dialogue between all parties. We hope that Russia will stop the aggression and the war and engage in negotiations in good faith on the basis of international norms and in full respect of the UN Charter. Let me also mention that last week in Brussels, I urged to strengthen the sanctions against the leaders who violate international law. I also called for an urgent humanitarian ceasefire so that children in Gaza can be vaccinated against various diseases, notably polio. The main feature of today's wars are the constant, brutal, and targeted attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure, which constitute a flagrant violation of international humanitarian law and must stop immediately. Slovenia is aware of the importance of rapid assistance in humanitarian crises. In our ministry, together with national and international strategic partners, we strive to provide fast and effective assistance on the ground. In recent months, with financial support for almost 1,000 internally displaced families from Gaza, medical equipment for the hospital in Bethlehem, and the rehabilitation of children from Gaza in Slovenia. In Ukraine, the complete renovation of a home for disabled children and young people with special needs continues with the construction of psychotherapy rooms. The situation in Ukraine has shown that civilian nuclear facilities can also be the subject and target of the attacks. This is a blatant violation that should not only be condemned, but also sanctioned. At an informal ministerial meeting in Brussels last week, I mentioned that we were considering organizing an event at expert level with some partners to launch this reflection. The war in Ukraine has a huge impact on the enlargement policy of the European Union. I'm afraid the people of the Western Balkans, especially youth, are losing their hopes. Last year, on this very podium, the President of the European Council, Charles Michel, expressed his strong conviction that both the European Union and the candidate countries must be ready for the enlargement by 2030. This vision must be kept alive. It is a geopolitical imperative and must become a geopolitical reality. It is, of course, up to both sides to do their homework, the candidate countries to speed up the reform process, and the EU to adopt its internal processes and policies in union in order to function as a union potentially of 37 members who will, in my deep belief, live in peace and stability. Slovenia will continue to do its best to make the EU more united and more prosperous. We share a vision of a stronger Europe that delivers social fairness and supports people. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I painted a rather bleak picture of the world today, but I also pointed out that we can make a difference. Yesterday, I visited the Youth Bled Strategic Forum. I was impressed by so many young participants, critical, thinking, and inspired by their hope for a prosperous future and a better, fairer world. At the Slovenian Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, we have just completed our first strategic foresight with 4 different world development scenarios. The most idealistic, called on the sunny side of the rainbow, includes prosperity for all. And I'm not naive in believing that this can be achieved soon, if ever at all. But to create the conditions for everyone to enjoy their human rights, including the most basic, the right to live, one must remove vanity and hypocrisy from our equations and replace them with responsibility and empathy. In mathematics, the lowest common denominator is used for addition, subtraction, and comparison. But these are just numbers. The lowest common denominator of world order can only be one: peace. Political, economic, and other equations that ignore it are simply wrong. They have a horrible result: victims who are not numbers, but human beings. I appeal to all of us to make and implement decisions with the highest possible degree of moral responsibility. There is no other way to make the world a home for all. I wish you all very fruitful discussions and a very pleasant stay in Bled. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of Slovenia is Nataša Pirc-Musar.
Mr. Prime Minister, Mrs. Deputy Prime Minister, Madam President of the European Commission, other Prime Ministers, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. We gather today at a moment of profound consequence. The year 2024 stands as a crossroads for humanity, where the decisions we make will shape the contours of our shared future. Over the last few years, the world has been shaken up by a global pandemic, extreme weather events linked to the deepening of the climate crisis, rising food insecurity, global economic and financial uncertainty, blatant violations of the UN Charter and international law, continuation and even escalation of prolonged conflicts and the emergence of new ones, as well as, yes, disrespect for human rights and attacks against gender equality. At the same time, it became clear that the achievement of Agenda 2030 and its sustainable development goals is lagging far behind its targets. Our strategic vision must be one of unity, resilience, and a shared commitment to the betterment of the people. First, let us acknowledge the complex and interwoven crises that demand our immediate attention. The ongoing climate emergency continues to wreak havoc across our planet, with record heat waves, devastating floods, and raging wildfires becoming distressingly common. The path forward requires bold, collective action that transcends borders and politics. We must redouble our efforts to transition to a sustainable, low-carbon global economy and support the nations and communities most vulnerable to climate impacts. For us, the developed world, we should lead the way towards a sustainable future and learn how to live with less but better, and simultaneously support those who are lagging behind. The triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution presents a major security, political, and socioeconomic challenge for the international community as a whole. The growing number and the scope of natural disasters, as well as extreme and rapidly changing weather patterns everywhere across the globe, must be a wake-up call to us all that we need to step up our climate action. We need to make sure that we leave the world a better place for future generations. Implementing the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is therefore of key importance. Human rights and dignity must be placed at the center of any measures to tackle the environmental crisis. Furthermore, the world today faces an unprecedented water crisis. Competition for water is increasing as water scarcity becomes an ever-increasing cause of conflict. Slovenia has been calling for accelerated action on water-related challenges globally, emphasizing the relevance of water for human development, preservation of ecosystem, climate resilience, and peace and security. Being a strong believer in the value of transboundary water cooperation, we are a member of the Transboundary Water Cooperation Coalition. We will host the 10th meeting of the parties to the UN Water Convention this October in Ljubljana and take over the chairmanship of the convention for the next 3 years. The steep increase in global food insecurity, which threatens to destabilize further already fragile societies and to exacerbate armed conflicts, leading to regional and global instability, should be of great concern to us all. Famine, ladies and gentlemen, has no place in the 21st century. Slovenia is a strong supporter of the international efforts against famine and is highly committed to contributing to global food security. I am also very worried about the alarming escalation of geopolitical tensions in the world. In many regions, the specter of conflict looms large. The return of great power rivalry, complete with the proliferation of advanced military technologies, has increased the risks of misunderstandings and miscalculations. We must reaffirm our commitment to diplomacy and the principles of international law and work tirelessly to resolve disputes through dialogue rather than force. The United Nations, with its unique legitimacy, remains an indispensable forum for these efforts. The world today is not the same as the world in 1945, when the United Nations Charter was adopted. Therefore, we need to strengthen and upgrade global governance and adapt multilateral institutions, including financial ones. But let me be clear, the multilateral system rooted in the United Nations Charter must remain the cornerstone. We need to work on rebuilding trust, strengthening global cooperation and solidarity. Slovenia is currently serving its term in the UN Security Council. One of the motivations for our candidature to serve on the Security Council was precisely to improve the challenged state of affairs in the UN. For that, we need to work in concert with other states, including small ones. We must listen to all voices, not only the voices of big and influential international states and other actors. In the first 8 months of the UN Security Council membership, Slovenia has followed its commitments from the campaign to be an active, open, transparent, and constructive member. We have focused on efforts to bridge the polarization in the Council and to help move the process in the Council forward. There is a growing need for the international community to overcome existing geopolitical divides and to address new threats and challenges to international peace and security, as well as to be able to effectively respond to humanitarian disasters, as we are witnessing in Palestine, Sudan, Ukraine, and elsewhere. In the words of Secretary General Antonio Guterres, peace is more than a noble vision. It's a rallying cry and a call to action, and it is humanity's greatest responsibility. The growing number of conflicts and their increasing cruelty continues to astound me. For 2.5 years, Ukrainian people have been courageously fighting for freedom and independence. For 2.5 years, Russia has blatantly violating all norms and principles that we agreed on together to make the world a better and safer place. But as long as the UN Charter and international law are being ruthlessly trampled, as long as civilians are suffering and towns are being reduced to piles of rubble, we will not tire of condemning the Russian aggression and upholding the universal principles that guide us all. I have recently been in Ukraine. It broke my heart to see and hear about so many lives being lost, families being torn apart, and childhoods being destroyed forever. But it is not only Ukrainian people who suffer because of this senseless war. Even though the war is raging on European soil, it is also not only a European matter. Its repercussions have been felt across the globe. Food insecurity has put the lives of millions in danger. So have the attacks on and around nuclear facilities in Ukraine. Yes, we all want peace, but let us be clear. While there are two warring parties, Russia is the aggressor and Ukraine is the victim. It is the right of Ukrainian people to defend their homeland, and it is our collective duty to support them and protect the world based on law rather than force. That is why Slovenia will continue to stand by Ukraine and its people for as long as it takes. Slovenia will also continue to support the efforts towards just and lasting peace. We know peace cannot be achieved without the involvement of and dialogue between both parties. However, any peace negotiations must be grounded on the UN Charter and international law. It is up to Ukraine, the victim, to decide when and under what condition this will happen. And it is up to Russia to demonstrate genuine willingness and engage in good faith. Bombing Ukrainian cities every day proves the exact opposite. As a staunch supporter of international law, I would like to underline one more point which is important for my country. There cannot be peace unless justice is served. Slovenia will spare no efforts in pursuing full accountability for the long lists of atrocities and other international crimes committed in and against Ukraine. With equal horror as in Ukraine, we observe the violations of international humanitarian law in Gaza. Israeli hostages are still held captive. Palestinian women and children are dying every day in their hundreds. This has now become the world's deadliest conflict in 2024, and the most dangerous place for civilians. A full 88% of its population is exposed to conflict. Targeting civilians is not a legitimate military strategy under any circumstances. Hostages must return to their families safe and unharmed. A ceasefire must be put into effect. Civilians must be allowed immediate and safe access to humanitarian assistance. As we work to avert a larger regional war, it is essential to address the suffering in Gaza and pursue a two-state solution, the only viable path to lasting peace. Slovenia's recognition of Palestine underscores the importance of this goal. Additionally, empowering the Palestinian Authority with the necessary reforms and resources is crucial for governance and stability. However, we cannot view global security solely through the lens of state-to-state relations. The rise of non-state actors, cyber threats, applications of artificial intelligence for military purposes, and the weaponization of misinformation and disinformation have added layers of complexity to global peace and stability. In this digital age, the integrity of our information space is as crucial as the security of our borders. We must forge new international norms and agreements to safeguard cyberspace, while also fostering greater cooperation in the fight against terrorism and organized crime. The economic landscape is equally fraught with challenges. The global economy is navigating turbulent waters, with inequality widening both within and between nations. The COVID-19 pandemic, while no longer in its acute phase, has left a lasting legacy of disruption. Millions of people remain unemployed, and many more face precarious futures. We must rebuild our economies in ways that are inclusive and sustainable, ensuring that the benefits of growth are shared by all. This requires not only sound economic policies, but also a renewed commitment to social justice and human rights. The future is not fixed. Although it drives uncertainty in the short term, it also allows room for hope. Alongside global risks and the era-defining changes underway lie unique opportunities to rebuild trust, optimism, and resilience in our institutions and societies. This is why I highly value occasions such as the Bled Strategic Forum, since they enable us not just to talk to each other, but to listen to each other and exchange ideas on how to tackle the global challenges I mentioned before. The challenges we face, whether they are environmental, geopolitical, economic, or technological, are global in nature, and they require global solutions. We must reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism, strengthen our international institutions, and foster a spirit of cooperation that transcends narrow national interests. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, let us remember that the ultimate goal of our efforts is to create a world where all people can live in peace, dignity, and prosperity. And dear guests, this is not an idealistic aspiration. It is a practical necessity. In an age of unprecedented global challenges, our fates are more intertwined than ever before. We must act with the urgency that this moment demands, guided by the principles of justice, equality, and above all, mutual respect. Together we can build a future that is worthy of our highest aspiration, a future where humanity's potential is fully realized and when the world's most pressing challenges are met with resolve, creativity, and compassion. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you all for coming to my country. I wish you are going to enjoy your stay in Bled, in Slovenia, and I wish you to have many fruitful conversations, and let us try to do something for the better world together. Only together this is possible. I firmly believe in that. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator of the panel, Mr. Ali Aslan.
Hello, everyone. Wonderful to be back here at the Bled Strategic Forum. My name is Ali Aslan. I'm an international presenter and journalist, and I've had the pleasure and privilege to grace this stage so many times in the years before. And I'm looking in the audience, I'm seeing many, many familiar faces. Former President Pahor, always great to see you. I'm seeing former Turkish Foreign Minister Mevlut Çavuşoğlu. I saw him here. Great to have you with us. But I'm also seeing some first-timers. Yulia Navalnaya, wonderful to have you with us, of course. We'll be seeing you up there in a moment. Garry Kasparov, I'm seeing him here in the first row. First-timer, I believe. It's great to have you with us indeed. So as you can see from the names, and of course many, many Western Balkan leaders whom I have the pleasure of sharing the stage in just a moment. But it is really, truly delightful to be back here at the Bled Strategic Forum. And those who've been here before in previous years, they know that this was a relatively small regional conference. But look at it now. It's a full audience, many people waiting in line still to get in, if you will. And I think that speaks a lot to the efforts and credits of the Slovenian government, of course, the current one, the previous ones, to Tanja Fajon, the host, Peter Gürk, the Secretary General, and his team. Let's give him another round of applause for this really great accomplishment that they have managed here over the years. And so much so has the BSF, the Bled Strategic Forum, gained in international reputation that word has spread all over the globe, including New York and the United Nations. The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, would have loved to be here. Unfortunately, his schedule prevented him from being with us in Slovenia, but he still didn't want to pass up the opportunity to address this very distinguished audience. Let's see what he had to say.
This year's Bled Strategic Forum comes at an opportune moment as Slovenia assumes the presidency of the UN Security Council. I congratulate Slovenia on the vital responsibility during these crucial months. You gather as our world is beset by challenge after challenge: poverty, hunger and inequality, climate chaos, a global financial architecture that is not providing an effective safety net for developing countries, a flouting of human rights, international law, and United Nations Charter around the world, and ferocious conflicts that are inflicting suffering, misery, deaths, and the largest displacement of people since the Second World War. Your team, A World of Parallel Realities, pinpoints the problem. We are living in a world divided. Healing this divide and tackling the challenges facing us requires finding common ground solutions. Solutions such as accelerating action to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, reforming today's outdated, dysfunctional and unfair global financial architecture so that it better represents developing countries and responds to their needs, tackling the climate crisis and anchoring economies in renewable energy, standing with the world's most vulnerable people, including those living through conflicts and humanitarian emergencies, and recommitting to the timeless values and the principles of the United Nations Charter: peace, sustainable development, human rights, and upholding the dignity and equality of every woman, man and child on earth. This month's Summit of the Future is a chance for leaders to put forward new solutions and commit to action that can revitalize the multilateral system and build trust in what we can accomplish as a united human family. Across all this important work, I know we can count on you. Let's bridge divides and bring people together in common purpose for a better future.
Thank you so much to the UN Secretary General, who I'm sure is very excited about Slovenia taking over the presidency of the Security Council very soon. But now I have the great pleasure of inviting a female leader here up on stage who has shaped European politics for the past 4 years and will do so for the next 4 years. She's already been here 5 years, I'm sorry. So she's giving me this sign here. There you have it. I was thinking of US cycles. It doesn't work the same. 5 years, you have an extra year, so more work to be done. I'm looking forward to that. So for the next 5 years, a lot of challenges that Europe will be facing. We've already listened to the speeches prior, but of course she will embark on a very challenging but hopefully fruitful endeavor. She was already here 2 years ago. We're delighted to welcome her back, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. Herzlich willkommen. Schön, Sie wiederzusehen.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Gallop, President Musar, dear Natasha. Prime Minister Gallop, dear Robert, I thank you very much for taking me to Črna this morning. I had the opportunity to visit Črna, to be back in Slovenia, to the stunning beauty of Slovenia, but I was there last year, right after the devastating floods, an effect of climate change. We should not fool ourselves about that. It is something which we will see more often. And it was heartwarming and welcoming to see how much progress has been done compared to last year. Last year, destruction, devastation, everything covered with mud, people desperate, of course. Today, reconstruction, recovery, cooperation, amazing people with solidarity working together. And indeed, you know that Europe is by your side. And I could reassure the people of Črna, but of course the people of Slovenia, Europe will stand by your side to work on the recovery and reconstruction after these devastating floods. You can count on us. I'm very pleased to see here Prime Minister Plenković, my dear Andrej. Yes, please, please. All the Croatians in the room. Prime Minister Rama, dear Eddie, needs an applause. Prime Minister Vučević, we have not met personally so far, but we will soon have a bilateral. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, your applause first of all. This forum has become a tradition. And it is also a testament to Slovenia's global leadership. The same leadership that we all see in action this year through your work in the UN Security Council and the words of the Secretary General Guterres speak for themselves. You have been an honest broker in turbulent times. So congratulations to you, dear Robert, and to your Foreign Minister, Madame Fajon. You have made Slovenia stand out on the global stage. Congratulations to that. Now, the title of today's Bled Forum is A World in Parallel Realities. And yes, it is a sobering assessment of the new environment we live in. We've just heard it. This is a moment of fracture for the world. And one of the main fault lines has opened up right here on our continent. Russia has chosen to burn its bridges with its European neighbors by invading a peaceful country. Putin and his cronies have shown that they do not believe in a global order based on rules. They believe they can do anything they please within their so-called sphere of influence. And dear Yulia Navalnaya, we have not forgotten the fate of your brave husband, Alexei Navalny. They fought him. The Kremlin's cronies fought him. They imprisoned him. And ultimately, they killed him. But they cannot kill Alexei Navalny's dream of a free Russia, because it lives on in you, dear Yulia, and in so many others. Ladies and gentlemen, I was asked to focus on the Western Balkans, and I'm very happy to do so. Throughout history, this region has often been a frontier between worlds, between East and West, between North and South. But its new generations have chosen a different path. They have chosen to be part of a common European family. They have chosen to travel, to trade together, to thrive together with their European neighbors. The current Russian leadership, living in the past, refuses to accept this simple reality. Whenever there's progress towards reconciliation and regional integration in the Western Balkans, the Kremlin tries to stir up old conflicts. Russia is constantly at work to sow division inside the Western Balkans and between the Western Balkans and the rest of Europe. But, ladies and gentlemen, the vast majority of people in the Western Balkans do not want fragmentation. They want integration, and that's what we must deliver for them. During the first mandate of the European Commission, enlargement has returned to the top of our political agenda. And let's be very clear. Russia's full-fledged war in Ukraine is for Europe a turning point like 1989. We live in a different world, and we are forced to rethink our policies and objectives. If making Europe economically competitive and capable of defending itself, if this is our fundamental objective, then I see the Western Balkans integration in the European Union as critically important. In the age of geostrategic rivalries, a larger European Union gives us a stronger voice in the world. A bigger single market increases our competitiveness and our leverage as a trading partner. It gives us the tools to respond to blackmail and unfair competition. It gives us a greater common purchasing power. Enlargement is an investment in our collective strength and security. In other words, we want a strong, competitive, and secure Europe. Well, this includes the Western Balkans as well as Ukraine and Moldova in our European Union, and all those whose European aspirations are matched by their deeds. And this is why we have instilled new life into the enlargement process. We have started accession talks with Albania and North Macedonia. We started accession talks with Ukraine and Moldova. Bosnia and Herzegovina can be next in line. And I want to thank explicitly Slovenia for your relentless work on this. Many thanks for that. You are really a good friend of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And it was this strategic reasoning that urged us to rethink our enlargement strategies. and to come with the idea of a gradual integration. Exactly 1 year ago, we launched the new growth plan for the Western Balkans, and this work is beginning to show results. And let's pause for a moment and celebrate these achievements, of which you, the Western Balkan leaders, should rightfully be very proud of. Tirana is Europe's fastest growing airport. European companies are setting up shop in Serbia and Bosnia-Herzegovina at an accelerated pace. Kosovo's economic reforms have been heralded by the IMF and are generating economic benefits. North Macedonia's investments in infrastructure are a source of inspiration. Montenegro has just seen its credit rating upgraded on the back of its sound policies. By the end of the year, 3 of you could already join our single euro payment area, and this will generate savings of over 500 million euros every year once you are all in. Dear friends, it's not even a year since we formulated this objective. Now it's an emerging reality. I think you can be so proud of it. Congratulations to that work. And later this month, our 6 partners will adopt their brand new reform agendas. They have identified some far-reaching and often overdue reforms, ranging from justice reform to the fight against organized crime, from public procurement to electricity market integration. These new reform agendas are linked to 6 billion euros in European investment. Every reform will unlock new investment. So this growth plan is basically the same model as our own recovery plan. You know it, Next Generation EU. The principle is reform gets investment. And when all these reforms will be completed, each partner will receive roughly as much aid per person as the Western Balkans would under the European Union's cohesion policy. This is a huge step forward. And why is it so important? It is important because the European Union is in the process of reinventing itself in the new geopolitical context. And we want our Western Balkan partners to be active participants in the conversation on the future of the European Union. And as we have many friends here today from our candidate countries in the audience, let me be very clear. I want our work to speed up even more. In the next Commission, enlargement must be a full-time job that allows undivided attention. And this is why I will appoint a dedicated commissioner for enlargement. Let's write history together. Our political will to integrate the countries in the region as soon as possible comes along with our firm determination that the European Union is a community of democracies. Any compromise with our democratic principles would be fatal to achieving our objectives. Both EU member states and the countries in the Western Balkan region will face tough choices. Bilateral disputes should be dealt with. Integration in the European Union will depend on governments making difficult and, yes, sometimes unpopular decisions. But this is the time we live in. Postponing decisions means making wrong decisions. But taking decisions, moving forward, means taking the lead, shaping our future, being the masters of our own destiny. And this is the essence of Europe. This is the spirit we must have to navigate the challenges of a fracturing world. Thank you very much for your attention, and long live Europe.
Thank you so much to the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, for your remarks and for your attendance. Thank you so much indeed. And of course, you've provided a perfect segue. You've talked in detail about enlargement, and that's what, amongst others, what the next panel here on the stage will be all about. And I'm delighted to be shared by four very strong and outstanding leaders from this region. For the leaders panel, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Prime Minister of Slovenia, Robert Golob, the Prime Minister of Croatia, Andrej Plenković, the Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama, and Prime Minister of Serbia, Milos Vučević. Always good to see you. Pleasure. I'm all the way on the left. You see the names. You see the names. Good to have you. Wonderful to have you all with us. Prime Minister Rama, whenever you and I are on the stage, things tend to go viral. I think this is why they put me close to you.
Because we have Turkish roots together, yeah.
Well, there you have it. But Prime Minister Golob, I want to give everyone here on the stage a quick opportunity to react to what the President of the European Commission just said. She says she's going to appoint a full-time commissioner in charge solely for EU enlargement. I want to give you a chance to respond to that directly.
Okay.
Now it is.
Okay, first, greetings to the audience, President, all the excellencies. I think that it is the right response to the times that we live in. Speaking about difficult times, sometimes we overlook those perhaps a little bit smaller, but more complex problems very close by. And I think that in the last couple of years, and I would like also to thank Andrej for working together at the European Council to really put forward the notion that the Western Balkans shall not be overlooked. On the other hand, that they need to be brought closer. I think a full-fledged commissioner really focusing on this particular area is the right approach, but not just that. It is so important what President of the Commission was also mentioning, and that is the growth plan, with its own funds, finances, which are at the disposal of how to award those undertaking the reforms. Something which Eddie was, in the past, I guess, rather frustrated about, because it was all in process, saying either you get everything once you get there, but you may not be getting there like for another 20 years. And now this approach has been changed. And I think these two changes, full focus on one hand, but on the other hand, having some concrete mechanism backed with money, I think that could do miracles for the future.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister, for your first initial reaction to what we just heard. Prime Minister Plenković, you are, of course, your country, Croatia, was the very last one to join the European Union in 2013. So you can say you've already done your homework. You have been in the club for many years. But still, what do you make of the President's remarks about a full-time EU commissioner on enlargement, devoted to EU enlargement?
I think it's logical. It's also lessons learned from her first 5 years, and I'm very happy that we all supported her in her new mandate for another 5 years. This is the time when the enlargement portfolio will require some deliverables, because the last real deliverable was when Croatia joined, and that was already more than 11 years ago. I think we managed over the past few years to somehow move the Western Balkans topic up to the agenda, because it was lost for a while somewhere between the chairs. However, we should know that the biggest promoter of enlargement in the last couple of years was Putin. Had he not invaded Ukraine, we would have never shifted Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia into the same basket as the Southeast European and Western Balkan countries. So therefore, this is one of the topics that will be high on the agenda, but requires a lot of work by all the member states who are in the pipeline, and will be ready to support them, of course, linked to the fulfillment of many, many criteria which are there.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prime Minister Plenković. Prime Minister Rama, your country, of course, the US opened accession negotiations with your country, with Albania, in March 2020.
No, the US didn't yet. The
EU. Did I say US? You see, today I'm completely on the US mode. I don't know what it is. I think I watched too much Trump tweets this morning.
Because you work for them.
Yeah, well, not quite. I used to work for CNN and ABC News.
Once you work for them, you always work for them.
Is that what it is? No? Well, I have to check my... Well, the payment did not come last month, so I will check that. But in all seriousness...
Be careful, because if the payment don't come, something bad come.
Is that what it is? Well, I'm here in good company. There's a lot of security. I think I'm good for now, at least for
They
this time.
control security here. Yeah, it's an independent country, but still, you know. Yeah.
Prime Minister, let's get back on track if we can for just a second and talk about EU enlargement. Obviously,
first of all, I told you here, I told you again a few days ago in Prague.
Yes.
When you invite people from the Balkans, stop putting these chronometers in front because it's too German and I don't like it.
Yes.
So what you
the
want?
Slovenians put it up, not the Germans.
But they are already too German, but you are Ali Aslan, and too German is not good. So
that's what the AfD says. But anyway, it's...
that's why Americans recruited you easily.
Well, there you have it. I like how my reputation is now going to be fully destroyed thanks to you. If I may.
No, they'll fear you now, and they'll invite you more.
Prime Minister, second attempt to get back on track here. Let's... we're going to have a full-time... We're going to have a full-time...
Don't tease me.
We're going to have a full-time EU commissioner now in charge of EU enlargement, something that you've been vying for many, many years. That's good news.
I was very encouraged because finally I heard someone else, and in this case, someone speaking on behalf of a member state that said what I'm saying since day one of this openness towards the Balkans, that this is the diligent work of Vladimir Putin. So it was Vladimir Putin that had to aggress a country to help the European Union to understand that it's living in a parallel world, because this is the name of the forum, right? So now these parallel worlds are getting closer, and what Ursula already said is absolutely true, and it's also very encouraging, because it was a year ago here in Bled that she promised this new growth plan, and now the new growth plan is on track, and we are hopeful that more will happen, and that in the meantime that we have to do all the neurotic work to be considered ready to enter the European Union, to get more tools and to enter in different areas of the European Union, which before this new growth plan were completely not allowed for us. So it's a moment that I think being positive about Europe and the European Union is not working for the Americans. It's true.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. But in all earnestly, of course, Albania's ambition to join the EU obviously unwavering in this regard, and echoing what Prime Minister Plenković said, if it hadn't been for Russia's attack against Ukraine, probably this new momentum that we're seeing would not have been as evident as is currently being displayed. Prime Minister Vučević, welcome to the Bled Strategic Forum, a first-timer, I believe, here at the BSF. Last year, actually, I sat here on this very stage with your predecessor, with Ana Barnovic, who said Serbia has no plan B regarding the EU. Is that still the case?
Yes, indeed. It's something what is geostrategical definition and main political goal for Serbia in last 20 years. Something what we didn't change and we don't want to change. Regarding the speeches that we heard from the President of European Commission and of course President of the Republic of Slovenia, Minister of Foreign European Affairs, is something what should encourage us from Western Balkans. Sincerely, I would like that we heard some data about Serbia and concrete results as regards in our European path, because we are very proud of that we had huge and serious and deep reform in affair of justification of justice and of course reform of electoral issues, media issues, many issues that are very important in overall our reform process. But Serbia remains on European path. If I may, to add something, and it's related with this title, Parallel Realities. The big question in front of us from Western Balkans is our expectations regarding enlargement, something parallel reality in terms of expectation from Brussels. I would like that it's not, that we have the same goal and it could be successfully delivered in next period. I cannot say is it 2030 or some another year, because in previous period we were bombed with many dates and years, and unfortunately it didn't happen. But I believe that in upcoming period, especially what Madam President of the European Commission said very clearly, that next commissioner will be fully dedicated to process of enlargement, will be something what brings good news for Western Balkans. And I'm not happy if we needed to see some war in European territory and to understand the importance of rounding off or encompass complete European territory, including Western Balkans. I think that Western Balkan states and people deserves this much before.
Yeah, the Western Balkans certainly a very vibrant region with vibrant countries, and their addition to the European Union, I think nobody in Brussels or beyond would doubt the valuable contribution that they would make. Prime Minister Golob, of course, during the opening speeches, both from the President of the European Commission, but of course also your Deputy Prime Minister, Russia's war against Ukraine was very much at the forefront. It is a war that is now in the third year. Your country's support for Ukraine has been unwavering since the start. We heard it also before. Is this, in some European capitals, you sometimes get a sense there might be a war fatigue, some waning support perhaps amongst the public. Is that when you travel around Europe and speak to your counterparts, is that the sense that you're getting? Or would you say that Europe remains committed since, as fully committed since day one?
Well, honestly speaking, I wouldn't say I need to travel that far. You can go to Ljubljana and you can experience that. I think it's all around us. It has to do with increasing Russian propaganda as well, which is all over. We could see it in action during the EU elections, but even before. And it's an ongoing battle regarding what is the truth, which is also an ongoing battle when it comes to other issues regarding Russia, like the opposition and what the regime is doing to its own people, not just to Ukrainians. So I think it's just something that we need to take into account, never fall asleep, and keep diligently working upon, but also recognizing people that are doing much more difficult job while fighting the regime from the inside, exposing their lives. And I have to admit that, and my condolences again, and I was really sorry to hear that we were this close to get Mr. Navalny out of it, because the exchange that was undergoing was really including himself, but it could be also his death sentence that he was included. That really, so it's a perplexing word, and we are dealing with people that are very hard to predict and usually not having any good in their mind. So, expressing my deepest gratitude for those working from the inside, which does not apply, and I need to be honest, to Russia only. It applies also to Israel. And this is one of the controversial topics for today, but I think that wherever the opposition goes against a regime which is violating humanitarian and international law, we need to support it. And for that reason, I also congratulate all those voices within Israel claiming for peace and asking Netanyahu to stand back. I think this is the only way forward.
I will, of course, revert to you in just a moment and talk about that very issue about Gaza and your country's decision to recognize Palestine as an independent and sovereign state. Let's stay for a moment still on the Russia-Ukraine front. And I want to bring in Prime Minister Vučević here. It's no secret, of course, that your country, that Belgrade maintains traditionally and historically has maintained close relationships with Moscow. That has not changed since the February 24th, 2022. Sometimes there's a segment that Serbia is involved in a bit of a balancing act. On one hand, as you pointed out here today as well, like your predecessor last year, there's no plan B to Serbia's plans vis-à-vis Europe, but at the same time, it is not willing to shed its close ties to both Russia and China, for that matter. But let's stay with China here for a second. Do you find it problematic, this balancing act between trying to become an EU member at the same time maintaining close relationship with Russia?
You know, Serbia doesn't hide anything. You know, we are a sovereign, independent country with main international goal to become full member state of EU. Till that, we have full right to protect our national and state interests in a way that we consider as the best. So we don't do anything behind the scene. You know, we have a little bit different opinion about sanctions and generally how it helps to see the end of war, because we as a Serbia were imposed with sanctions during the 90s. We suffered a lot, and we don't believe in that politics. I don't want to sound as someone who is a total and pessimist, but I don't see the full results of sanctions. But okay, we will see. I believe that all of us have to strive to see the peaceful solution and finally end of war in Ukraine. But nevertheless, I want to very strong emphasize fact that Serbia fully recognizes territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. And we have voted for all resolutions in United Nations regarding that topic. Ukraine is our very close friend. They are also Slavic brothers as the Russians for us, so we don't have any problem to say that very clearly. Ukraine doesn't recognize so-called independence of Kosovo, so we have full respect to Ukraine as we have to Russia. Regarding China, you know, President Xi visited Belgrade in 8th of May, but the day before he visited Paris. He met with President Macron and Madame Ursula von der Leyen. Then he went from Belgrade to Budapest and met with Prime Minister of Hungary. You know, we want to see what we can get the best for our economy and for our people, but I would underline once again, emphasize our main international goal is to become full member state of European Union. That's something what we don't change, and we don't say that because it's good to say that, you know, it's just matter of formality. And let's repeat and repeat. It's for us good. No, we really believe that there is no complete process or project of Europe without Western Balkans. I don't understand why we call that Western Balkans. I think that Andrea is a little bit older than me. It was just Balkan, but rather I will use term of title of European Balkans. But okay, Western Balkans. Without Western Balkans, European Union cannot round off all main issues: economical, security, culture, all. It's empty hole, which without this territory you cannot speak about completed Europe.
Yeah.
And we don't have any problem to see that some former Soviet republics, we are speaking about Ukraine or Moldova or Georgia even, have their own accession process. It's okay for them, but it's not fair. It's not fair for Western Balkan states that we are somewhere in corner, because, as you said, all of you said, we have new geopolitical momentum, war in Ukraine. But okay, we understand that, but you have also to count our efforts from Western Balkans, that we are also part of Europe.
And I think
I think that it should be also
part of Europe. Is nobody here in this room or beyond?
No. I just want to close our positions when we are speaking about.
Absolutely. Well taken, well received, Prime Minister. Indeed, you've laid out the necessity or your priorities in this East-West Balancing Act, and as you pointed out, the recent visit by French President Macron certainly a boost from the Serbian perspective.
And Chancellor Scholz. And nobody mentioned that Serbia signed one of the most important agreements with the EU in terms of critical materials. And it's not an easy decision for us. Not for political establishment, but environment, social environment. And we decided to deliver and to develop this project with EU, not with other foreign partners.
Prime Minister,
don't forget.
Again, just to round up the Russia-Ukraine, if you will, angle here. Your country, like Slovenia, like so many other countries on this continent, has been...
You mean we like Slovenia or we are like Slovenia?
Like Slovenia and other countries. I'm sure you like it, otherwise you wouldn't be here each year. Yes, of course. Clearly you appreciate Slovenia and the BSF. But more importantly, like Slovenia and other European countries, you too have been unambiguous in your support for Ukraine. You signed close treaties and partnerships with Zelensky, President Zelensky himself. You, of course, your country has a certain history with communism, Soviet Union. I think does your support for Ukraine stem from your history as well here?
No, from our history, we learned that in Russia the music never changed. And it's also on the Russian story of the anthem, which we had the chance to talk, because when Stalin needed the text for the anthem, he needed something very strong and brutal. And then when Khrushchev came and he thought that certain things had to change and Stalin had to be somehow put aside, he asked the same writer of the anthem to write a different text. And then when Yeltsin came, was not anymore Soviet Union, and the same writer who was very old came to write a different text. And then Putin wanted a very different text, but the music always the same. So and we learned in the hard way, because we were not like all these guys. We were completely isolated from both the West and the East. We were like North Korea of Europe, and being unambiguous, it's how we are. We were unambiguous about Ottoman Empire even after the Turks themselves decided that it was not anymore a good idea. We were unambiguous about Stalin even after the Russians decided it was not anymore a good idea. So we'll be unambiguous about the EU and US partnership, even when Americans and Europeans may decide it's not anymore a good idea. So we are fully behind Ukraine, also for a very simple reason, that it looks like completely unreal and surreal that in our time, a country in Europe can decide to change the borders brutally, by force, by taking what pretends to be its own part. And this is completely not possible for us. But we are very much aware that we are very small to change the destiny of any battle. And we tried hard for 50 years to be the center of the world. It was not a good idea. So we are now very proudly aligned with our friends and our partners, fully behind the United States, like you, and the European Union. So for us, it's all very clear. There is no shadow in the middle. It's very black and white. Yes. I just want to add one thing, which I don't really understand about the democratic countries and about the big democracies. Not about us, is this thing that we repeat and repeat and repeat, that Russian interference, Russian interference, Russian interference, Russian here, Russian there. And I also heard the president of Bled Forum to say, I believe in humanity. But when you see how the Russians are getting everywhere, through the tools that we are letting there for free, destroying every day our children, destroying every day the sense of community, the sense of communication, the sense of democracy itself, and I'm talking about the social media. I don't understand anymore what needs to happen to realize that social media, in this way, like we are treating and like we are dealing with that, is the biggest asset Russians, Iranians, whomever else you want have. And I would stop by saying, look at the TikTok version in China. It's a beautiful reality there. It's a country you would like to live immediately. Look at the TikTok Chinese version for us. It's the ultimate hell. And we call it freedom. We call it I don't know what. But as long as we will not realize that freedom of speech cannot be equal to freedom of speech, we are sabotaging, and I use a word that the Russians like, sabotaging our own future in the name of something that it escapes me. And I don't think our parents were stupid, and generations of parents were stupid to ask us to behave with education, to think twice before we speak, to not show in public all the depth of our guts and so on and so further. And I don't think that the press was less free when there was fact-checking, when there was no way to get out and to offend and to abuse and to do all the most horrible thing to another human because you have a different opinion from him or her. So in this, I think that we are missing the point that the Russians and all the other forces that do not like our way of life are being given a free ride through our fantastic space of freedom of speech.
Well, we'll certainly be hearing more about the subject matter later on in a one-on-one conversation with Garry Kasparov here on stage, which I'm very much looking forward to. I think a point that we will take into the discussion with him. But Prime Minister Plenković, please jump in. I know you wanted to also remark, Croatia has been standing by Ukraine as well from the get-go. Do you see any Do you see any changes within the Croatian public as far as the steadfast support is concerned?
Well, first of all, I think that we should all give credit to the introductory remarks by President and Deputy Prime Minister and also Prime Minister of Slovenia for a little bit explaining the global context, how difficult the 2024 is, the year of the global elections and the year where we need to set course for the rest of this decade, whether it's the enlargement process, whether it's the security stability of the continent, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, or the situation in the Middle East, which can escalate. This is also something that we need to know. 3 points. One on the fatigue regarding issue of Ukraine. I think it's a false and imposed narrative which can only work in favor of Russia. There's no doubt about it. When you look at the facts and decisions, you look at the rollovers of the packages of sanctions, which are not there because we had nothing else to do. They're there because Russia violated international law and aggressed another country, which is Ukraine. I have to mark that Serbia was not also under Milosevic under sanctions regime because the United Nations and others had nothing else to do. It was due to the behavior, the aggressive behavior, and this is the point. This is one of the instruments which is a response. Second point is the support for Ukraine, militarily, politically, in economic terms, in reconstruction terms, is strong. We had strong debates about 7-8 months ago. We had one member state who stalled us and slowed us down in passing a 60 billion euros package for Ukraine, but eventually it was done. And this is important to note. So my feeling is this, despite the fatigue narrative, the support is very strong. The critical element is the mood and the willingness to defend its country within Ukraine. This is the key point. And I think that the efforts for peace, whether they come from the process that is now, let's say, linked to Switzerland, or whether there are some other initiatives, is also important, but we don't need just any peace. We need a just peace with respect of the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Otherwise, the message which is sent, okay, after 2 or 3 years there is fatigue, we'll acknowledge the status quo, and hop, there goes the territory and all of those victims. So we can't agree to disregard for the fundamentals of the work of the world in 2024. If we do that, then the door is open to any autocracy to basically bite away any democracy where they can and use the power of the strongest. Otherwise, the whole system will collapse.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Prime Minister. Prime Minister Rama, you won't like it, but we have less than 10 minutes to go. So there's still some issues I want to touch upon. And Prime Minister Golob, of course, both you and your foreign minister on this very stage had already touched upon the issue and topic of Gaza. Your country famously has followed Spain, Ireland, and Norway by recognizing an independent and sovereign Palestinian state. You tweeted on the day, you said, Slovenia's recognition of Palestine as a sovereign and independent state sends hope to the Palestinian people in the West Bank and in Gaza. What compelled you? What compelled you to take this important step, Prime Minister?
Well, there are many reasons, but let me revert back to Ukraine and see how everything's connected. At the beginning of the aggression, Slovenia helped with all kinds of equipment that we had. Now we don't have any equipment left because we sent it all. But then when I met with President Zelensky, what was it, perhaps 2 months ago, and I asked him, how can we help? And he told me, well, we are losing the narrative in Global South about the double standards. And Ukraine needs support in Global South by countries like Slovenia, who has a very good reputation among the Global South countries. You know why? Because of our position regarding Palestine. So we are not doing it for this reason, but this is to show how double standards is really one of the issues with, unfortunately, most of member states of Europe do not put enough emphasis on. We do. And we were proud to stand in the company of Norway, Ireland, and Spain, sending the message to the whole world. not just to the Palestinian people, that we understand what is our moral obligation. It's not just lawful obligation because of international law, it's a moral one. It was a small sliver of hope, but every hope that we can send to Palestine is better than doing nothing.
But predictably, we're going to have sessions here on the Middle East later on as well, which I'm looking forward to. But predictably, of course, the reaction from Israel wasn't positive. Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz tweeted, the Slovenian government's decision to recognize a Palestinian state rewards Hamas and its attack on October 7. What's your reaction to that?
Well, the fact is that it all started, in a way, on October 7th. But the response was totally disproportional. At the beginning, what we witnessed was catastrophe. Then we witnessed horrors on the Palestinian side. Now what we witness, we don't really believe what Netanyahu is doing is really wanting to liberate the hostages. The latest developments show that it's all about him staying in power and has nothing to do with the hostage release. And that's really something that he will have to really, a certain day, he will have to explain to his own people. That's going to be really bad day for him.
Just listening to you, it's very clear that you feel very passionate about this subject matter. Again, more discussion on that topic to follow. Keeping the time in mind, I want to do one quick final round where everybody comes in. As has been already pointed out by Foreign Minister Fayon, we have the Young Bled Strategic Fellows each year. Very great group. Where are they? Can we see a show of hands? Right there in the back. And they are listening to us. They're listening to you. They're listening to the speeches. They listen to us talk about Ukraine, about Gaza, all the things that Secretary General Peter Gürk has said, what is ailing our soul and our planet. I want to start all the way at the right with Prime Minister Vučević, and then we're coming down here. What is your message? What is your message to the young people who are hoping that you, that prime ministers, that the leaders are working for a better future, not just for yourself, but not for the current generation, but for the next one? What message of hope and optimism do you have for them?
You know what? I would like...
Can you speak into the mic?
Yes, sorry. You know what? I would like that we have more speak about our mutual future, not to speak about some faraway countries and mostly to be stuck in past. Now I should, I don't know, give answer to Mr. Plenković, what he said about the 90s. He said that we are losing time because we will never be on the same position regarding what we survived during the 90s. And I will just repeat that I don't believe in politics of sanctions because mostly sanctions hit common people, not regimes. And I can witness about this because Serbia has been or was exposed in sanctions during the 90s. And if we always repeat what happened in the past and who is more guilty, who is not, we will not reach the main goal, what we nominated as a main topic for this conversation. I will be able to say, or free to say, the main topic also through speech of Madam von der Leyen, how we should encompass European territory. So together all European countries. Obviously we need the energy of new generation, the youngsters and people who are maybe not so under pressure from the past, and maybe they're more relaxed to speak about future. It could bring some positive vibes. And I will just say once again, without Western Balkans, you cannot speak about European project as completed. Just look on chapter from Paris, 1990s. Just look on chapter or declaration from Porto Caras in Greece, 2003, 2003, you will say, that's the main European goal of European Union. And I understand that it's main goal of Western Balkans country as well. So younger generations are necessary. We have to understand necessity of their more engagement because they are relaxed from the past, and I think they're bringing something positive.
Yeah, thank you so much. Prime Minister Plenković, also your message to the young leaders who are looking for a message of hope, especially at a time the Prime Minister Vučević spoke about also Europe's obligation and Europe's role here in a time when some call it BRICS, some call it Global South, is certainly challenging the political and economic power of wealthier nations of North America and Western Europe. What can we as Europeans do to work on a better and brighter future here?
Well, I think we should show leadership in the current context of the global challenges, which are multiple. First of all, regarding the climate change issue, which is the biggest challenge for all of us. In some, I would say, parts of the world, we are more aware, in others less. Those who are catching up in terms of the industrial development are a bit reckless about the consequences, but I think that Europe and the European polities are more than aware, and I think this issue is the number one issue. We see the global warming, we look at our summers, we look at drought, we look at fires, we look at all the natural catastrophes, and we will perhaps remember this extremely warm summer as one of the coldest summers after a couple of years. So that is one thing. Second is, I think Europe should be the biggest proponent of international law. It should be our biggest strength. We are, of course, working in strengthening our economies, in strengthening our energy security, strengthening our defense, strengthening our interior affairs cooperation. But if the international law fails, we are all unsecure. And this is basically the main issue of the global governance, and that's why this Summit of the Future that we shall be attending in New York is extremely important. And also in that respect comes the enlargement. I think that there is a clear commitment. Last year here we were talking about the 2030. You remember the debate. I don't think anybody will promise a date to the countries of the region, because everybody who promised something made a mistake. The ones that promised and the ones that hoped. So without the great pretending, I think it's better to work hard based on the individual merits and use the conducive environment which we have now, and then simply come to a result. And the young generation can really help. We should not perhaps be focused on the past, but we should not forget the past. And Serbia and sanctions is an example of the regime change, actually. It was something that happened and we all know it. Actually, Koštunica was a superstar of the first Western Balkan summit that was in Zagreb in November 24. I don't think he came there solely because of the wish of the people, but of a wider international community's effort. So strong support to Ukraine. Two-state solution is our position in terms of Israel and Palestine. And that is something that should come as an agreement of the wider peace settlement in the region. Otherwise, if we have a permanent conflict, we are all on the losing side.
For sure. And Europe's role, which you have emphasized and pointed out rightfully, so overcoming historical differences, I think, is a very important point. The fact that France and Germany, for instance, post-45, got together in order to initiate this union might serve as an example for other countries here in this region. And as such is the global landscape that, as you pointed out, climate change, a huge issue we couldn't even get to because of the many conflicts that are ailing us. Prime Minister Rama, your final message of hope to the younger generation.
Your time says 0000, and now you want me to give a message to the young generation.
2 minutes, yes.
No, I have to say very frankly that when I was younger, or at least the age of the people that raised their hands, I hated older people that would tell me, this is my message. I would... And while you gave me time to think about the answer, I was just thinking that all the best decisions in my life were made when I didn't follow the advice of them who were older than me. So I would not be here, by the way, if I would listen to the messages of the older. But this being said, I want to say one thing, that the only difference I see that is regrettable between the time I was in their age and today is that today the young people have much less belief in politics. And they make a big mistake, because when you think politics is not something you have to deal with because it's dirty, because it's bad, because it's represented by people like them that have messages,
I'm looking forward
you lose the point. You lose the point, because you cannot escape from politics. Politics is after you all the time. So there are two ways. Or you stay somewhere there in the darkness and you raise the hand and said, please give the message, and then you applaud when you hear the message, which practically I don't know what it meant. But, and then you suffer the decisions of politics, or you just get on the stage and you engage with politics. So one of the biggest harms, again, I go back to my thing about the social media and about all these things, is to discredit politics every day, to say that everything that politicians do is horrible, that all politicians are the same, they are thieves, they are hypocrites, they are lazy, and all these things, and to create the idea that there is a better life outside the space of politics. If the space of politics will not become better, life outside the space will become much, much more difficult. And to give the illustration end to end, because when you nod like that, you just are thinking with yourself things that you don't want to say, and better you don't say. What politics, when it's not really up to the task, does to Ukraine. We will win. Ukraine should win. Victory is the only option. Very good. And then we'll give you this type of weapon, but you have to use only in this direction and only for that number of meters. We'll give you this type of bullets, but you have to spend them only for this purpose. And we'll give you this type of missile, and you have to throw it, but not farther. So it's like entering in a football pitch and having to have a game with a very strong team, and you give to your team one shoes, and then the other hand is barefoot, and then you say, don't use this hand. So, or we go with them full-fledged, and really we give them everything they need, and we give them now, instead of giving every time something more after some bigger damage has been done to them, or then we find a way to bring them together. But doing this kind of two things in the same time is practically creating as much harm as giving chances. So this schizophrenia between the values, the principles, and then the political behavior based on many, many other reasons has to end if really we want Ukraine to prevail. Otherwise, one day, books will be written, and the truth will be much bitter than when we are in the echo chamber and we all claim victory.
Thank you so much for your final powerful words. We started this session with your remarks, Prime Minister Golub. We're going to end it. I know it's hard to top this answer now, but I want to still give you a chance for some final remarks.
You invite him, he gives you a chance, you know.
You all need to understand that the clock is showing 00, so I can talk as long as I wish.
Absolutely. And it's your show. So.
No, but I often hear that I'm too optimistic a person making too many promises, which is true from time to time. But nevertheless, I would like to finish it on a positivistic tone and say to the younger generation that you always dream big. Small dreams are no dreams at all. But please, never, never, ever think that big dreams can come true fast. Then they're not big. There is no way you can achieve anything significant in any regard if you think you can achieve it without real effort and without plenty of time and effort invested. This is one lesson that most of the politicians forget about the first day we get elected, and we promise too fast schedules, and you don't have that luxury, not the younger generation. It's going to be an uphill and a very long-run, long-term battle, especially when it comes to climate. But still, dream big, persist, and keep insisting, asking us that we do the same. And perhaps we can come to a conclusion that is going to be really good for all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes this year's Leaders Panel, a world of parallel realities. Again, a lot of food for thought that our leaders have given us with something that I'm sure subsequent sessions will take with them. Prime Minister of Serbia, Milos Vučević, Prime Minister of Croatia, of course, always, Andrej Plenković, of course, thank you so much for your hospitality, as always, the Prime Minister of Slovenia, Robert Golob, and my good friend, Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama. Next year, you will do a one-on-one with you here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated because we have a true highlight for you coming up. Thank you so much, Prime Minister, for this talk. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of the BSF Distinguished Partner 2024 Award is very worthwhile, a very important addition to this year's Bled Strategic Forum. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce a lady, a woman of immense courage and conviction. She has become a symbol of strength and resilience, standing alongside her husband for many years, Alexei Navalny. After his tragic death, Navalnaya has emerged as a powerful advocate for human rights, justice, and democracy in her own right, taking on a role she had perhaps never planned to occupy, namely as the figurehead of Russia's anti-Putin movement. Her steadfast commitment to her values and her belief in a Russia that is guided by the principles of democracy, truth, and accountability are harmonious with the principles and mission of the BSF, making her a very worthy recipient of the 2024 BSF Distinguished Partner Award. Ladies and gentlemen, to present the award to this year's recipient, please join me in welcoming back on stage Prime Minister of Slovenia, Robert Golob, together with Julia Navalnaya. It's great to see you, Prime Minister. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to thank Slovenia a lot for such a warm welcome. I had very nice and welcome meeting this morning with Foreign Minister, and I want to thank Prime Minister Golob for such a nice, kind words about my husband. It means a lot for me, his legacy, the memory about him. Of course, thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me to speak at the Bled Strategic Forum and for the award you have decided to give me. It's a great honor. But even more importantly, it's a fantastic opportunity to address to such distinguished audience. A great chance to deliver my speech to a large group of people who are at the heart of strategic decision-making. The events of the last years have been unfolding at such an alarming pace, and the world around us is changing so rapidly that you are constantly having to take a vast number of tactical decisions. You are here at this hall because you are great at this. You are best in your countries at this. Your voters have entrusted you with managing the never-ending challenges thrown at today's world: wars, epidemics, climate issues, the economy, migration, and many, many others. However, I would like to talk not about tactics today, but about strategy, especially since we are gathering here at the Strategic Forum. And of course, as a politician and a citizen of Russia, I want to talk about Russia. Alexei Navalny, my husband, who was killed by Putin 6 months ago, often used to say, never lose sight of the bigger picture. He had unique ability to see the bigger picture, to create a vision for the future many years ahead, and to present it in a form that was understandable to everyone, to inspire others with his ideas. Thus was born his vision of the beautiful Russia of the future, a democratic, peaceful European country that will, without doubt, succeed Putin's regime. But how do we get to this country? Where it will come from? And I'd like to ask you a simple question. What is the European Union strategy for Russia? Not its current set of measures, sanctions, restrictions, regulations, etc., but its strategy. How does it sound? In a short, clear, and future-oriented way. Can it be defined in 3 or 4 sentences? It seems to me that such a strategy doesn't currently exist. I believe this is the major problem. There is a certain line of action, for example, about imposing sanctions. Governments of different countries imposed various sanctions on Russia, both personal and sectoral, as well as against ordinary citizens. At the same time, no one has clear understanding of why they are being imposed, what is the ultimate goal, and how they affect the speed at which Putin's regime will collapse. Indeed, how can anyone understand this if there is no big picture to measure this against? Without a strategy, it's impossible to make sensible tactical decisions. A strategy provides the framework needed to evaluate the effectiveness of each current decision. For example, consider Europeans' commitment of green energy. The strategic decision was made quite some time ago. Obvious, there are tactical disagreements among 27 countries, which is perfectly normal and unavoidable. However, despite these disagreements, no one questions the fundamental principles of the strategy. No one suggests demolish all the wind turbines and returning to coal and fuel oil. European countries are each pursuing green energy at their own pace and in their own way, but they are all moving in the same direction within the framework of the overall strategy. So, what's about the debates on Russia? We easily find those who openly argue that we should give Putin everything he wants, make peace on his terms, and return to business as usual, including buying oil and gas. However, no one can explain why Putin would stand by any agreement on what to do when he ignores them and resumes the war after taking a breather. We can also easily find those who claim that all Russians truly support Putin, but they cannot explain why the number of political prisoners in Russia is rising daily, or why the number of Russian immigrants abroad continues and increases every day. And no one of them talk about how to support those Russians who oppose the war or how to win over the doubters. Finally, there are those who advocate for the urgent decolonization of Russia, arguing to split our vast country into several small safe states. However, these colonizers can't explain why people with a shared background and culture should be artificially divided, nor do they say how this process should even take place. We see a wide range of opinions, but we don't see a strategy. Of course, it's very difficult to reach compromise from such diverse positions, but reaching a compromise is the job of politicians. No matter what Europeans' future holds, Russia will be part of it. No matter what Russia's future holds, it will be linked to Europeans' future. We cannot close our eyes and make Russia disappear, fortunately. We cannot close our eyes and make Putin's regime disappear, unfortunately. We need to develop a plan and following that accordingly. And of course, a strategy for Russia cannot be developed without Russia. It must include the part of Russian civil society that opposes Putin. Russians who have been working on the basis of democratic European principles throughout Putin's rule. Russians who protest against the war, who fight against Putin's dictatorship, risking their freedom and their lives. In recent months, I have had many meetings with a wide number of high-level politicians. And at every meeting, I am asked, how can we help? Well, here's my answer. Let's work together to develop a strategy and to start implementing it. If you ask me how it might sound, here's my answer. Russia can and should become a democratic European country within its internationally recognized borders. This won't happen while power is usurped by Putin and his criminal regime. So, together with Russian civil society, we will fight together to remove this obstacle to peace and freedom. Sounds simple, doesn't it? Well, a strategy shouldn't sound complicated. It should be clear. It should provide clarity on what to do and what not to do. For example, support Russian civil society, Russian independent media, Russian human rights defenders, and any Russian horizontal structures, yes, that aligns with the strategy. Support those who promote hatred of Russians. No, that doesn't align on the strategy. Thank you. make a distinction between Putin and Russia. Yes, that aligns with the strategy. Negotiate with Putin as he were a legitimate, democratically elected president of Russia. No, that doesn't align with the strategy. Support Ukraine in exercising its right to defend itself. Yes, that aligns with the strategy. Threaten to divide Russia in many parts, playing into the hands of Putin's propaganda. No, that's not aligns with the strategy. There are a lot of many other examples, but we need to find a compromise on the important issue. What kind of Russia do we want to see after Putin? Once we agree on this, it will be easier to make tactical decisions. Each decision will be more effective, and the future we are working towards will arrive much sooner. Let's do it together. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Yulia. Always great to see you. Thank you so much indeed, and congratulations. Thank you and congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, before the break, we have one more highlight for you, one I've been looking forward to for quite some time. He is none other than the greatest chess player of all time, a world champion for an impressive 20 consecutive years, and now a very prominent human rights advocate and the chair of Renew Democracy, where he fights for the preservation of freedom and democracy worldwide. Please welcome Garry Kasparov. It's good to have you. It's great to have you here with us, Garry. We were both actually on stage together at the Munich Security Conference when the tragic death of Alexei Navalny was announced. As somebody who has been speaking out against President Putin for many, many years, what message, what advice do you perhaps have for Yulia Navalnaya as she embarks on this new role?
Alexei Navalny has not died, he was murdered. It's very important to understand. And I don't think it was a coincidence that he was murdered on the day of the opening of Munich Security Conference. People say, oh, things happen, but it's nothing, happens of that magnitude, without a straight order from Kremlin. And Alexei Navalny's life and death was in hands of Vladimir Putin. Of course, if he, just imagine, died out of a heart attack or a disease, they could keep this news in secret for as many days as they wanted. Don't forget, Navalny was sent to a penal colony above Arctic Circle, this far north. And they could easily hide it for 3, 4, 5 days. They announced it instantly. So that means it was a plan. And basically the message was, I don't want to say it. Yes, that's a message to the world. I do whatever I can, anytime I want, and okay, show me. We do remember what President Biden said, that, if anything happens with Alexei Navalny, there will be a dire, or I don't know what kind of adjective he used for Russia, dire consequences, Putin will pay. So nothing happened. And I think that was a message of strength from Putin. Also, he's testing the water. So what else he can do? And it did work, tragically. And it's not coincidental that the number of political prisoners, as Yulia Navalny just said, is increasing in Russia every day. So, by the way, they don't even just pretend that they play the fair game. Since I don't recognize the legitimacy of Putin regime and I don't receive the letters from their courts, I don't know how many criminal cases I already have against me. I'm a terrorist. I'm an extremist. I just I have 2 orders of my arrest. So and many of us, in Russian opposition now abroad, it's a bad taste if you are not arrested in absentia or you don't have a criminal case against you. That people look at you with suspicion. Yeah, but they use the same language. It's terrorist, extremist. They do terrorism, and it's it's all nice to talk about global cooperation, mutual respect, but we have war against our world, against the free world. And Vladimir Putin is a spearhead of this war. And you look around the globe and you always find Putin's fingerprints, whether it's Maduro, whether it's North Korea, whether it's Iran, Vladimir Putin is everywhere. And unless we recognize that the war in Ukraine is the most important, but still one of the many elements of this global war against the free world, we will not do what Yulia Navalny just said. Again, as a chess player, I appreciate very much the divisions between tactics and strategy. So we did a strategy not just for Russia, not just for Ukraine, strategy to win this war. And so far, I don't hear the voices from the leadership of the free world to first to build the strategy and then to show determination and resolve to carry it through.
And indeed, you told me back in Munich, and I wrote it down, the fight against authoritarianism is like a game of chess. It's black or white. But this is not like chess, you said. There's no draw. You win or you lose. And you said Russia must lose, otherwise it won't stop at Ukraine.
Yeah,
this was your message.
Exactly, but it's not, Garry Kasparov is trying to tell you that Putin's goal was and is to destroy Ukraine. Vladimir Putin keeps repeating it. His propaganda keeps saying it for 24/7. When people say, oh, let's negotiate. Negotiate what? Putin's goal was, as it is, to eliminate Ukraine, to destroy it, to destroy Ukraine's statehood, and to demonstrate that he's above not only just Russian law, but above international law. And unfortunately, the fact is that we're at war has not been recognized from our side. So Yulia Navalny complained about lack of strategy, and the fact is that there are sanctions imposed on Russia. But when you look at the Russian trade, the Russian import, I would say it's the same. But all of a sudden, when Germany cuts its export to Russia by 10 times, all of a sudden the German export to Kyrgyzstan or Kazakhstan rose 10 times. So is there any connection? So even the countries that have a strongest pro-Ukrainian position, countries like Estonia or Finland, they cannot stop their businesses doing, business with Russia via third countries because there's no declaration of war, not even recognition of the fact that we are at war. I mean, after Navalny was killed, or in many just recent tragic events, the bombings of Ukrainian facilities, civil infrastructure, no country recalled the ambassador. It's from Putin's perspective, he can move even further and further and further without any consequences.
And so we just heard four Western leaders here on the stage commit their steadfast support to Ukraine. But from what I'm gathering, you find it all insufficient.
Yeah, because it's again, going back to what was said by Yulia about strategy. Strategy means you decide what is the final goal. For me, the goal is Ukraine must win. And this win must include full liberation of Ukrainian lands up to Sevastopol, reparations to be paid for the damages, and war criminals to be brought to justice. And what we're hearing instead, we will stand with Ukraine as long as it takes. Takes what? To make a deal with Putin? Or we'll stand as long as, just we're watching Putin erasing Ukraine from the map? Again, it's very ambiguous, if not dubious. And again, dictators, they're always sensitive to respond to the messages. So far, Putin sees no resolve, no political will from America, from Europe, to take what it takes to win the war. And that's why we see all these restrictions. Ukraine is being killed. Ukraine's children are just being attacked, again, intentionally, from the airports that are being protected by Americans. President Biden protects Russian airfields that are being used to kill Ukrainians. Everybody can see it. So does it make him an accomplice in crime against humanity?
So clearly, the message you are sharing here today is a very strong one, and you said a change of regime in Russia will only come with the victory of Ukraine. There are some people who say, be careful what you wish for, because whatever comes after Putin might even be worse. Is that a thought that I get the answer?
Can you imagine? This is Roosevelt and Churchill debating what will happen after Hitler in Germany.
Yeah.
So look, nothing could do worse than Putin.
So those people...
Again, one thing is clear. Putin goes down, we can discuss the scenarios, there will be no democracy next day. Actually, from the collapse of the regime to a first democratic elections in Russia, it may take 2, 3, 4 years because everything is destroyed. No law, no constitution, court system. It has to be rebuilt. It's a very painful process. Again, it will be done, but it's very important for Russians to understand, for ordinary Russians, that the empire is dead. You have to kill the virus, imperial virus, in the minds of many Russians. And the only way to do it is to see Ukrainian flag in Sevastopol. Anything short of that will not convince Russians that our country, my country, has a very simple alternative. Either to go back to Europe, to paying the price, retreating from Ukraine, paying reparations and sending war criminals to Hague, or to become a Chinese satellite. I mean, let's not forget. It's all nice to talk about Russian territorial integrity. China is the only country that has a massive territorial claim to Russia. Nearly 1.5 million square kilometers of Russian land is being questioned by China, and it's the entire territory from Vladivostok to Lake Baikal. Based on the old treaties, the Russian Empire took the land from China. It's history. But the fact is, China is watching this war with great pleasure, because the war weakens Russia. The war weakens the free world. Nobody pays attention to Chinese build-up, to genocide against Uyghurs, for instance, that has been committed, and potential acquisition of attack on Taiwan. So, again, China has a plan. Putin has a plan. We don't have a plan. So that's exactly going back to what Yulia said. Let's agree on the plan, but the moment you say regime change, you're ostracized in Washington and Berlin. They are afraid to hear these words.
So clearly it's a theory that you don't subscribe to. Now, your message here today is very clear. Russia must lose this war.
Putin must lose.
Yes.
Putin regime must lose over it.
Yes, but if Ukraine doesn't defeat Russia, your claim and your theory is Putin won't stop there. Then it's going to be Moldova, the Baltic states.
It's not. No, look. It's the. Let's not prejudge, because Putin is not. He's crazy, but he's not stupid. Let's give him credit. He's in power for 25 years. People say, oh, he made a mistake. What a stupid decision. I mean, people who told about it, Obama and others, where are they? And Putin is still there, by the way. So if the guy stays in power for 25 years, probably we should give him credit. He knows what he's doing, even if he's committing crimes. So how can we stop it? Again, we have to recognize his strengths and weaknesses. He will not, I think, risk an open confrontation with NATO. He doesn't have to. Why? It's a hybrid war. Don't forget, he's a KGB guy. How about destroying us from within? Did you see the result of the elections in Germany yesterday? Hello? It says, who has been paying these parties? All of a sudden, you see the system being besieged. This is the most dangerous threat for democracy is not rise of far right or far left. Democracy can withstand the attack, frontal assault. It dies when it's being besieged. I remind people that Hitler never won elections in Germany. His best result was 37% in 1932. Communists made 16 at the same elections, which means more than half of Germans rejected democracy. Now we see that in some German lands, far right and far left is already just, at crossing 50% more. That's a really bad sign. Who is banking them? So when you look at American elections, Vladimir Putin knows that there are many ways of weakening our resolve and working from within. Ukraine is a symbolic demonstration of his strengths and our weakness. So he may do something in Moldova, he may do something maybe in the Baltics, but again, I think it will be short of the direct military confrontation, because he understands. So the combined strengths of the eastern flank of NATO, I'm not talking about America, eastern flank of NATO, Poland, Baltic nations, Sweden and Finland, is more than enough to destroy Putin. It's not Russian tanks will be in Tallinn in 3 days. I think Estonians will drink beer in St. Petersburg in 3 days. So that's why prepare for many more complicated attacks. Again, he already saw how savvy he is by playing various cards.
You're, of course, a very brilliant analyzer of both Russia and Putin. In your book in 2015, Winter is Coming, you warned that the West's inaction to Russia's 2014 invasion of Ukraine would only embolden Putin. You turned out to be correct, of course. If you were to write an updated version, if you will, of that book today, what would be your new warnings or predictions?
Winter is here. Yeah. And again, we need a plan just to make spring come at one point. Look, first we recognize as a global war. And it's not surprising, who is helping Russia? Okay, China is just behind the curtain, but North Korea and Iran. And is it a shame that North Korea gave more ammunition to Russia than Germany to Ukraine? Just think this for a second. So look at what Maduro is doing there. I mean, by the way, Republic of Georgia was mentioned just at this stage. But look what's happening in Georgia. It's de facto dictator Bidzina Ivanishvili, former Russian oligarchs. We know there are no former Russian oligarchs. So working with Moscow, and they're already threatening to destroy the opposition. What will prevent him after losing elections? He's going to lose elections in October to do what Maduro did in Venezuela. But unlike Maduro, he has Russians nearby. So it's a plan, that is already long overdue. So we need a strategy to understand, again, in this battle, there will be no draw. And also, let's start working with people who want to be free. I mean, yeah, we can talk about, crisis all over the place, but I mean, look at what Russians and Chinese doing in Africa. Country after country, it's accidentally became a victim of a new coup. And you see that as the crawling, by taking over resources of the black continent. Simple, this. We are. It's not the last line of defense, but historically, we knew that unless we had a plan, whether this is. I always remind people that in 1943 in Casablanca in January, Roosevelt and Churchill sat together and declared that the goal was unconditional surrender of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. And that was in January 1943. I mean, the war was far from over. Even Italy was still in the war, and German troops were standing on the banks of Volga and all the way to Atlantic. Japan was still running, strong. Unconditional surrender. Just to leave no doubts about the intentions. We have to say that regime change in Russia, in Iran. By the way, we talked a lot about gender inequality. Do you want to work with Taliban? By the way, I fully agree with the idea of justice and equality, but I don't want to have mutual respect for Taliban, Iranian mullahs, and other criminals who are just ignoring all the values that we hold dear to us. So let's come with a plan. We have so many countries that are sharing these values, so many people. Let's have a plan because we're stronger. We have economic power, we have military power, we have historical truth on our side. We think about the future. These people go to the past. Let's come up with a new system that will help us to secure the future.
A new system, a new plan is needed. Winter is Coming was the title of your book, 2015. Winter is already here. Is probably going to be the one to be published soon. Now, we've had Alexei Navalny, of course, talk about him a lot here today. And it's very clear, based on his experience, but also Boris Nemtsov's, that Putin's critics live very dangerously. You, as you pointed out yourself, you are on Russia's terror list. You've been declared an enemy of the state, a wanted man.
Yeah. By the way, my name was erased from Russian chess history. So yeah, that's yeah.
Well,
it happens, So that's like it's a cherry at the top of the pie. Yeah. So
well, we remember you very vividly. Yeah. That's for certain.
Actually, many people in Russia do. That's why I received messages about another celebration, 100 years of Russian Chess Federation, and somehow one world champion disappeared from from the photo stand.
Well, only temporarily, hope so. But the question I wanted to ask is, speaking about Boris Nemtsov, speaking about Alexei Navalny, how concerned are you yourself? You live in New York City these days. How concerned are you about your own safety? You're a very outspoken critic.
So, am I concerned? Yes. Would it help? No. So, this again, I know that I have to limit the number of countries I visit. So, because I mean, I wouldn't go to Hungary, so I have many friends there, but for obvious reasons I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go to Turkey. And probably I wouldn't go to Vienna, for instance. So again, this is places, cities, and countries where Russian security operates without impunity, with impunity. So, again, I understand that there's always price to pay, but you just mentioned them. You mentioned two great heroes by my dear friends. They have been killed. So how can I behave otherwise?
Yeah. We're almost out of time, but I want to ask you a personal question. Your mother passed in 2020, and you weren't able to attend her funeral in Moscow due to the risks of being
There's no risk means it's uncertainty. For me, going back to Russia, it's
due to the certainty of you being detained, and then God knows what. You are 61 years old now.
Yeah, I am.
Do you still hope to return to a democratic Russia one day?
Yes, absolutely.
How realistic do you think it is?
Look, I'm 61, you said, so and I'm in reasonably good health. Yeah. So look, it's the regimes like Putin's, they look strong, but the day comes, it's on Sunday it's all rosy, but on Monday something can happen. I believe that Russia has a future. Again, I'm not so sure about the Russia in its current geographical borders. I'm slightly here. I can differ from you. I believe it's for people in Russia to decide. So for me, what's important is it's not just democratic Russia. Russia that will abandon its imperial conquest and imperial history. Russia that will, become a national state, in a good sense, national state. So state that will embrace different people. I'm half Armenian, half Jewish. My native language is Russian. And I was born in Azerbaijan, for instance. So but I belong to Russia. So, and I think, I also hope that while my 8-year-old daughter now visited Russia, but my 9-year-old son never been there. So, born in New York. So I think it's realistic. It's realistic because, look, I also believe in human progress. It just says, and our progress means that we have to resolve some biggest challenges. And I think that's unless Russia moves from being a permanent problem into the part of the solution, many of the problems we are discussing here will not be solved. So that's why I hope that I will come back and will make my contribution to change things in my country and eventually for the rest of the world.
Well, suffice to say, it's been a privilege and pleasure having you here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to, as far as we're concerned, the greatest chess player of all time and an international...
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garry Kasparov. Great. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think after so much powerful speeches and food for thought, we have all deserved a 10-minute break. Thank you so much for your attention.
ladies and gentlemen, the moderator of the panel, Ms. Nafisa Latic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If someone wants to join us, I know it's been a long day, but you had 10 minutes long break. Now we are starting with sessions again. So please, if you want to come inside, do so. We have a very important topic to discuss in the next half an hour. And those of you who are here, I beg you please for silence so we can start. My name is Nafisa Latic. I'm a presenter at TRT World in Istanbul. I'm really happy to be here with you. I want to say thank you to Minister Fayon and her team for inviting us and inviting me to moderate 2 conversations during Bled Strategic Forum. Very important conversations. But it's not my first time here in Bled. Last time I was here, I was only 6 years old, back in the 90s, when my home country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, was in war. My family escaped here in Slovenia, like many others, and I was in Bled with my mother and her friend and my brothers, walking around this beautiful lake. My mother's friend brought us here, hoping that us children and my mom will have at least a little bit of a break of all the bad news and things that we've been through. I'm not sure if she succeeded with my mother, but she definitely succeeded with my brothers as we truly enjoyed that day. So thank you, Slovenia, for inviting me again. And I do want to say thank you to all Slovenian people for accepting us back then as refugees. As you know, my city was under the worst modern siege, the worst siege in modern history. Okay, now I would like to go directly through Zoom to Ramallah. Over there is Amal, Jadou, ambassador, senior foreign policy advisor to Prime Minister of State of Palestine. Amal, I'm very happy to see you. I'll take a seat here, so it will be easier for me to see you from this perspective. First of all, it's been very difficult to communicate with you throughout the morning. We couldn't even send you properly a Zoom link, so thank you for your patience. Let me start by asking you, what is the situation currently in the West Bank, there where you are?
Well, thank you, Nafisa, very much. And I would like also to thank the government, the people of Slovenia, not only for inviting us and for the voice of Palestine to be presented in the Bled Strategic Forum, but also for their principled stand in recognizing the state of Palestine. So thank you, Slovenia. Thank you, Foreign Minister, thank you, Prime Minister, and thank you to all the people of Slovenia for standing by international law and people's right to self-determination, and especially the Palestinians' right to self-determination. It's not a symbolic position, it's not a symbolic step, but it's actually very vital for salvaging the two-state solution. And I also would like to commend Minister Pion for her invitation this morning to other countries who have not recognized the state of Palestine to follow suit. It's only natural that countries that have recognized the state of Israel to recognize the state of Palestine. It is not a favor. It is people's right to self-determination. It's a right for Palestinians to have their state. And I'm very proud that Slovenia has taken this step. And it's no wonder that Slovenians have also, received you and your mother in Bled. So the positions of Slovenians is really standing by those who are in need for the implementation of international law.
Ambassador Jadou, in my intro I said there are many important topics to discuss. Unfortunately, time is not on our side, so I'll start right away. I mentioned West Bank. In the last couple of days, Wednesday onwards, we have seen significant Israeli military actions in the West Bank. Tell us what is happening at the moment there, and how do you see this move by Israeli officials?
Nafisa, your inability to reach me was because I was on the road. And in fact, I had to spend 2.5 hours because the Israeli army blocked the road from Bethlehem to Ramallah. And I had to take so many, bypass roads in order to reach my destination and my office in Ramallah today. And, what is happening in the West Bank is an intensification of what existed before, in fact. It's nothing new, but it's only intensification and solidification of Israel's steps in the West Bank. In fact, what is happening today has happened long before what is happening in Gaza. And in fact, we have warned against this because Israel's eye has continued to be on the West Bank and not on the Gaza Strip. And, before the 7th of October and its aftermath, what was going on was a process of settler colonialist enterprise that is basically being consolidated day after day, no matter what the color of the government in Israel was. And today, we don't need political analysis. In fact, we need to listen to what Israeli ministers what they're saying, and we understand what is going on. Smotrich has laid out the options before the Palestinians, and they can be summarized in genocide, or ethnic cleansing, or apartheid. And in fact, today we are witnessing the three elements that are happening in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The settlement expansion is happening and it's being intensified as we speak. Palestinians today, Minister Katz, the Israeli Minister of Foreign Affairs, said that they will have to evacuate, or they are evacuating as part of the aggression in the Jenin area and in Tulkarem and in Qalqilia. They are asking people to leave their refugee camps, and they're evacuating the refugee camps. What is also happening is, an apartheid regime by almost a formal annexation of the occupied territories, because today the party that is responsible for the administration of the occupied territory is the two ministers, and they are two settlers, in fact, Minister Smotrich and Minister Ben-Gvir, who basically yesterday in an interview basically said that we are human animals again, as the Minister of Defense said at the outset of the war in Gaza. He repeated the words, and he said that Palestinians do not have rights. All the rights need to be given to the Israeli settlers in the occupied territories in violation of international law. So, since the 7th of October, more than 660 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank. And basically...
let me jump in here, Ambassador Jadou. I do want to discuss Gaza now as we entering 11th month, and ceasefire deal seems not to be on the table at the moment, or at least we are seeing these incursions now, so we should discuss definitely the timing of that. But Ambassador Jadou, what is the Palestinian Authority doing with its international partners to reach a ceasefire deal, and what do you see as the main obstacle towards it?
Well, in fact, we have been working very actively with all of our partners in the international community, with foreign ministers, prime ministers, with the United Nations, trying to encourage, the move towards, a political agreement. We have intensified our, legal, political, and diplomatic activism in order to, to spare our people in Gaza the continuous, attacks and raids and aggression against them. It's being unsuccessful every time. We have adopted and subscribed to President Biden's ideas that were also adopted in a UN Security Council resolution 2735. And, we have been committed to that. We have been committed to the two-state solution. We have been asking, Israel to, and all countries to basically convince and put pressure on Israel to accept or to abide by the UN Security Council resolutions that have been passed. And unfortunately, the Prime Minister of Israel is coming up with new conditions every step of the way. And in fact, in the meantime, lives are lost on both sides, Palestinians and Israelis in the meantime. I believe that human lives are far more precious than any, passage or corridor or border crossing. We need to be salvaging lives, and we need to be sparing the lives of my people in Gaza.
You mentioned the UN resolutions and the comments by the current government in Tel Aviv. It's not likely that they will abide by those resolutions based on what we heard from them as of recently. But I do want to ask you about another thing at the moment. How willing is the current government in Ramallah, how open it is towards reaching a broader agreement when it comes to the solution of the conflict in Gaza and the solution in general in the West Bank? Because as we heard as of recently, there's a lot of reforms needed inside Palestinian leadership as well. I mean, more than 40,000 people dead, among them 70,000 children, incursions in the West Bank. It does look for us from the outside that you will not be able to stop any of that.
Well, to be honest with you, we have subscribed and continue to subscribe to the globally accepted solution to this conflict, and that is the two-state solution. I mean, the two-state solution is not a Palestinian invention. In fact, it's a globally accepted solution to this conflict. We continue to say that we abide by the two-state solution based on international law, and we have went to the ICJ and basically requested, or the UN General Assembly has gone to the ICJ, requested an advisory opinion. The advisory opinion was issued, and it basically very clearly said that there is a state of occupation that needs to end. Israel needs to end its occupation of the occupied territories. And by the occupied territories, I mean the West Bank, Gaza Strip. I mean the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Gaza Strip. And we have been working so hard with our international partners to ensure that Israel respects this solution. And unfortunately, Israel is really, not abiding by that, and is becoming a bully. It's becoming a pariah state, in fact. And it's extremely important for countries of the world, and especially our European partners, since there are many European foreign ministers and leaders, prime ministers and leaders who are basically attending the Bled Strategic Conference. There is a responsibility on the international community to take steps in order to make Israel abide by international law. I mean,
but what are the most urgent steps that you need from the international community at the moment in order to stop Israelis' offensive in Gaza? We've heard as of recently from the EU top diplomat calling on sanctions on some of the Israeli ministers.
I will say this. What is needed urgently today is a ceasefire. We have been calling for a ceasefire for the past 11 months. And to be honest with you, I joined diplomacy because I actually believed that 101 in diplomacy is whenever there is conflict that the international community calls for a ceasefire. For 11 months, I mean, at the outset, the international community was not calling for a ceasefire. Today, the international community at large is calling for a ceasefire, and Israel is not responding. So it is the responsibility of the international community to ensure that Israel abides by international law, and basically to take the steps that are needed in order to achieve that. Action is always far stronger than words. And until now, we have listened to so many words coming from the international community, so many statements that are coming from the international community. But action is needed. Israel should, the international community and certain countries in this world need to stop providing Israel with weapons in order that is used to kill Palestinian children, 17,000 children. This is the number that we know, but there are thousands of people who are under the rubble. It's just, I was watching this old man in Gaza who was basically sitting on the rubbles of his house and refuses to leave it. And he was saying, bluntly, there is no safe place in Gaza. And he lost his children, he lost his grandchildren. So what kind of a life he is asked to live? This is what, we're asking for the international community to abide by the promise of international law. This is the culmination of our humanity as a human family. International law, the international organization, United Nations. So many employees, hundreds of employees of the UN have been killed by Israel. Hundreds of journalists have been killed by Israel, in addition to the Palestinians. So, I think it's about time that the international community stands by the promise that the countries of the South especially were given, that we are one family, that international law applies to everyone, that the world at large will come to defend smaller countries and peoples under occupation.
Ambassador Jadou, if you don't mind, I would like to give chance to our audience to ask some questions to you. If you don't hear well, I will try to convey the message. Does anyone want to pose a question to Ambassador Jadou? Just a second, we will get you the mic. I just didn't see your hand from the lights, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, my name is Mandy Sangira and I'm from the UK. And the situation has been really very disturbing to watch for the last 11 months. And, I know that we were looking at trying to free some of the hostages. And actually, I think we need to just think about the 6 people that were killed as well, and Palestinian lives that have been killed as well. But it's actually quite disturbing to see that actually Hamas doesn't really want to have, solutions. So it would be really interesting to hear from the ambassador what her thoughts are, because I know that a lot of politicians are looking at wanting to find a, peace in the Middle East, a 2-state solution. Do you really think that that is an option?
Did you hear that, Ambassador Jadou, or should I? Yes.
I did.
Okay, good.
Well, let me tell you first that I believe in all people, innocent people's, all people's, rights to life. And it's something that, I take for granted that you also subscribe to. And I actually would like to see more activism from leaders of this world to stop the massacres of my people and war crimes and the crimes against humanity that are being waged against my people. Obviously, what we hear from Hamas basically is that they abide by the UN Security Council resolution and also by the plan that was envisaged by President Biden. And what we also hear from from sources, including basically in Israel especially, and the families of the hostages as well as leaders in Israel. In fact, today there was a massive strike all over Israel, called for by the union of workers, and yesterday there were marches calling for the Prime Minister of Israel to basically, abide by the UN Security resolution, and also to respect the ideas that were presented by President Biden, who himself said that these were Israeli ideas and not actually to focus. And these are not my words. These are the words of the families of the Israeli hostages and the leaders of the opposition in Israel, who are calling on their prime minister to basically put the lives of Israeli hostages first and not to focus on new conditions in the negotiations, whether they are focused on, passages or corridors or all of that.
Thank you, Ambassador. Anyone else wants to pose a question? Just raise your hands or be a little bit... Okay, excuse me, I couldn't see you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Smeya, and I'm from South Africa. The ambassador spoke about a two-state solution, but many people would say that that two-state solution is actually not a solution at all. That the 700,000 settlers, it's unlikely that they would be moved in order to give way to a feasible two-state solution. And so, is the authority going to start talking about actually a one-state solution, like how we've seen in South Africa, where people live side by side?
Ambassador Jadou.
Well, I actually would like to see, an end to the apartheid regime that exists in Palestine, with a stand by the international community, like what happened in South Africa. And I will actually quote the Deputy Foreign Minister of South Africa, who visited Palestine about 2 years ago, before the war on Gaza was started. And she said, "This is an apartheid regime that has gone nuclear," and these are her words. And when I asked her, what do you mean by that? She said that, the system or the apartheid system in Palestine is far more complicated, because in South Africa, blacks were able to infiltrate the regime, or, some black people were able to infiltrate the regime and to impact it, to affect it to the benefit of, blacks in South Africa. The regime in Israel is so consolidated in the hands of Israeli Jews that no Palestinian can penetrate it to impact it to the benefit of Palestinians. And in fact, today, it is in the hands of two ministers who are ideologically committed to basically evacuating or ethnic cleansing Palestinians. And basically, this is what is happening. Now, in terms of, a one state, I would tell you that, before the 7th of October and its aftermath, I used to tell all of my interlocutors that this is the only way out, is a one state where basically it can ensure equal rights to all of its citizens, because the fact that, the person who asked the question, who posed the question, said, today we speak about more than 750 Israeli settlers in the occupied territory of the West Bank, including in East Jerusalem. The Israeli ministers today speak about settling the Gaza Strip. And actually, the Israelis are basically, this is no secret sources. Israelis are saying that they want to have 1 million Israeli settlers in the occupied, colonizers in the Israeli occupied territory by 2025. Today, the terrorization of settlers, the, attacks by soldiers, and I witnessed it, myself, moving from or commuting back and forth, from Nablus to Ramallah, or from Bethlehem to Ramallah. The hands of Israeli soldiers are on the trigger, and any movement, any wrong movement can lead to your death. And so, there is a sense of hatred, vengeance that really blinds the Israeli settlers and soldiers, and it really makes any kind of one state, almost impossible. So the only way out today is a divorce based on international law and UN Security Council resolutions, and the globally accepted solution, that is two-state solution. Separation and divorce is the way out today, because of, we're called human animals. We're basically, attacked every step of the way. We're targeted because of who we are. Every step of the way we're targeted because of who we are. And that's not, a good spirit for, common living in one state.
Ambassador Jadou, Amal Jadou, thank you for being our guest today on Bled Strategic Forum. I appreciate your time.
It's my pleasure, and I really want to send a message to all of the attendees that it's extremely important that you act. It's not enough that we basically say the right things. We need to be acting in order. I mean, every life that we save, every life that we salvage is worth of our action. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. My next guest is former Vice Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Israel. She was also a Minister of Justice of Israel. She was also a chief negotiator in several rounds in the Israeli-Palestinian peace process. Please welcome Tzipi Livni with me on stage. Ms. Livni, as we were unable to have Ambassador Jadou here with us, let me start by giving you an opportunity to comment and reply on what you heard, because you were sitting here with us listening to my conversation with her.
Thank you. And thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to share my beliefs about the future of Israel and the Palestinians. And I do believe in two states for two peoples. I believe that it is an Israeli interest, not a favor to the Palestinians. I can agree with Amal, with Ambassador Jadou, with lots of things that she shared with you, especially with the last sentence. I think that she said that it's time
to act
for divorce between Israel and the Palestinians, and she's right, because I believe that there is a legitimate aspiration of the Palestinians for a state. But yet, there is one possibility, that this discussion will move forward as, in a way, Ambassador Jadou started by quoting Minister Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, all those in the Israeli government.
Let me just say that you did condemn many of those statements.
I oppose, of course, their ideology, and I can sit here and quote all the Hamas terrorists saying that they will repeat the horrors of October 7th again and again and again, to share the fact that while we are sitting here in Israel, there's a funeral of one of the hostages that was killed by Hamas, and I know his parents. But the real question is, what can be done in order to create a better future to us all in the region? And we need to understand that there are those believing in two states for two peoples, but frankly, with all due respect, and I negotiated peace twice with Abu Mazen, and the plan was on the table, including the establishment of a Palestinian state, led by Barack Obama at the time, and Abu Mazen didn't give an answer. And frankly, saying end of occupation, we've tried. We decided to quit Gaza Strip. We dismantled all the settlements. We evacuated people from their homes. We pulled out Israeli soldiers. So on October 6th, there was no one Israeli soldier inside Gaza or one Israeli settler. And what we got in return is Hamas. So I'm not saying that, and frankly, Amal, Jadou, or Abu Mazen, they cannot release the hostages. I'm sure that she wants to. They cannot visit Gaza because they will be killed by Hamas, as Hamas killed all the representatives of the PA when Israel left Gaza Strip. Now, I'm saying this not to enter into the blame game. It's useless.
But your Prime Minister
it's not
would reach a deal earlier
so
if they come.
I'm also calling the international community. Since I believe that two states for two peoples is the right solution, I think that establishing a Palestinian state as part of end of conflict is something that I support, but yet I don't think that anybody here wants the future Palestinian state to be Hamastan with this terrorist organization that is not fighting for a legitimate cause, but is fighting because you represent a religious unsolvable conflict. So as for sure it's you see also in Israel, part of the Israeli government that opposing this solution. I am no need to say that I am a long-time political opponent to Netanyahu, and of course I would not accept this ideology of
You
Greater
actually
Israel.
won a popular vote.
So we should put aside for a moment those in Israel that are calling for Greater Israel, and those on the Palestinian side that are speaking about from the river to the sea, because there is no solution with them. But the real question, how on one hand we accept the realities, understand, as was said before on the stage, that peace is not just a vague idea. It should be realistic and understand that there is no hope for peace with Hamas, that we need to strengthen the Palestinian Authority as weakening Hamas, and that ceasefire now is important as the beginning of something, because some of the hostages hopefully will be released. But we cannot stay with Hamas in power, with repeating the horrors of October 7th, with no hope for the Palestinians as well.
But then, if the ceasefire is supposed to be a priority, senior Hamas officials as of recently said that they were willing for a ceasefire, but the Prime Minister of Israel refused to do so. Now we are seeing this massive assault on the West Bank. What is the actual goal of Israeli government here, and how would you describe their actions? And or you, like we've seen thousands of protesters in Tel Aviv, are disapproving this?
Yes, well, I was there in Tel Aviv demonstrating against my own government long before October 7th because of some reforms that were intend to harm Israel's democracy. And people are demonstrating because of the solidarity amongst Israelis, because we want to see these civilians that were taken in brutal manner from their homes back home. But it doesn't mean that Israelis, also those demonstrating in the streets, will accept the idea that their life are still at risk. And therefore, let's speak also about the West Bank. There's a need to differentiate from what the army is doing to prevent terror attacks. And yesterday, 3 Israelis were killed. One was killed when his daughter was killed on October 7th. They found terror. So it's legitimate for the army to act against terror, not against civilians, against terror. So it's not legitimate, and I condemn those settlers that are acting or using violence against civilians, Palestinian civilians. But this is the right thing to do, to condemn those that are doing things that are illegal, inhuman, are using their power against civilians, and support those that are acting in terms of
Ms. Livni, but
military measures against terror.
I know, but I have to bring in Gaza here, but is it human to act like the Israeli government is acting in Gaza? We mentioned the numbers here. Media reports are going with 40,000 civilians. I have to ask you by that, how is it possible that the aid convoys have been attacked? How is it possible that media can't enter Gaza, us international media? The health workers have been attacked as well. The WHO couldn't deliver fuel to the hospital where children were dying. So how do you think this is human?
No, I don't. I think that we should find a way. It's not an easy thing to do. And it's clear that Hamas is using these civilians, but I think that our responsibility as a democracy, as a country that is and should be part of the free world, sharing the same values.
But isn't then Israel as a nation, excuse me just one more time, as Israel as a nation, as a democratic Jewish state, as you mention all the time, I watch your interviews, don't you then have responsibility to protect all civilian lives? Not just Israelis.
Of course.
Isn't that the responsibility of all of us here?
I was just saying that. I referred to the civilians in Gaza. We are trying to prevent civil casualties, but the numbers are really, well, I can understand the empathy for those civilians living in Gaza that are paying the price. We are trying to avoid civil casualties, but during times of war, sometimes it doesn't, people are paying the price. In Israel, soldiers that are acting against international law are being judged, and some are sitting in jail for doing so. But I think that there's a need, and I support any humanitarian help for the Palestinians living in Gaza. But I do support not only the right of Israel to defend itself, but also the military action against terrorists within Gaza. So I completely support the need to help the civilians and to offer humanitarian or to enable the international community to give humanitarian aid to the people in Gaza.
How do you feel as former foreign minister when you see, not just feel, what do you see? How do you describe this current situation where Israel is? It's becoming isolated in the international community. We are hearing condemnations. We are hearing calls on the government to abide by the UN security resolutions. I mean, these are basic things that one democratic country should do.
Yes. I believe that the vision for Israel is to be part of the international community. Our values, and I'm speaking on behalf, it's not my personal view also, but I believe that I represent here a vast majority of Israelis, believing in liberal values, believing in peace, although after October 7th it's becoming more and more difficult to hear the word peace also in Israel. And I completely oppose some of the ideology of the Israeli ministers that represent a completely different vision for the state of Israel. So there is within Israel an internal debate between those like me believing that the vision, the national GPS for the state of Israel is to keep Israel as a nation state for the Jewish people with equal rights to all its citizens, including 20% of Palestinians who are Israeli citizens. I believe that in order to do so, we need, well, she said divorce, I agree, to separate or to live in two different states. One is Israel for the Jewish people and the other is Palestine for the Palestinians. And on the other hand, there are those that are being represented in the Israeli government. They believe in greater Israel and they believe in religious ideology. And it is, thank you for asking that, because I think that the role, and it is important, the international community will support, in a way, those liberal forces in Israel. And when I'm saying support, I'm not saying to stand with these liberal forces, but when plans are putting on the table, if a country or the international community as such is just calling, for example, for or calling, putting resolutions against what Israel is doing without taking in consideration the right of Israel to defend itself, or by legitimizing directly or indirectly Hamas on the Palestinian side, this creates a huge problem for people like me in Israel to say, yes, we should and could work with the international community. When it comes both sides, yes, there's a difference between criticizing a government, the Israeli government policy, or acting in terms that would make it difficult for Israelis to live in peace and security. And I know that it is complicated, and I know that we live in a world of images and perceptions, and it's quite, the slogan of Free Palestine, but it's more complicated than that.
Let me ask you just one question, as we don't have much time.
Yes.
You see the clock, time is not on our side in sessions like this, for topics like this. But after I listened to Ambassador Jadou and you, with Hamas in Gaza.
No, I'm saying that the good news is that if we sit together, or if I have another meetings with Abu Mazen, maybe this can create hope. But unfortunately, I'm not in power, and Abu Mazen is not really in power in Gaza. This is part of the problem.
This was actually my last question to you. When I listened both of you, with Hamas in Gaza and with extremist Israeli government at the moment in Tel Aviv, I have to say that comments about Al-Aqsa, or the Mount Temple, as you say, and other things that are completely not binding, especially when it comes to, when we look at what was agreed with other countries as well. What is then the solution for what is the next step in reaching two-state solution? Practically, the conclusion is that both sides are not represented properly as I can see. So just briefly, maybe...
Okay, here's the plan.
Okay, but like in like...
Okay, I think, no, this is really something, before we pass the point of no return, and this is important, I believe...
But we passed the point of no return for many people in Gaza.
I hope that we still, giving up the idea of 2 states for 2 peoples means that there is no hope for both of our peoples. And I believe that we can find the way forward. We are all focusing now on yes or no on the hostage deal, and they should be released no matter what. But let's speak about, and I called also the Israeli government to deal with the day after, 10 months ago. And the day after in Gaza can lead also to the day after in the West Bank. And we should portray the vision. And the vision, yes, in the end of the road, the 2 states for 2 peoples, with giving Israel security and also changing the regime and the situation in Gaza. So the Palestinian Authority is part of the solution, but it's too weak now. We cannot just handle the keys to the Palestinian Authority because they can't. I'm not blaming them. This is the situation. But with Arab forces.
But isn't this something that Palestinians should decide by themselves, how they will be run and who will lead them in the occupied West Bank?
You know that for 20 years, Abu Mazen didn't visit Gaza, so he knows better, trust me. So I'm not speaking now about the future Palestinians. I'm speaking about the situation in Gaza. I believe that we should all draw the vision for the future. That gives not only hope, but from this strategy we can calculate what are the tactics now. And I believe that if Hamas stays the regime in Gaza, we are losing a huge opportunity, because if they stay in power, they will rearm themselves this way or the other, and this horrific year will turn just into another round. And we cannot afford it, the international community, Israel or the Palestinians. So let's work together. Let's say that at the end of the day, the Palestinian Authority will be part of the solution. They will start entering into Gaza with other forces, like some Arab countries from the region, that the international community will start reconstructions in Gaza without Hamas, but directly to the people, that Israel will still have the legitimacy to act specifically against terror, but without staying or keeping our forces in Gaza. There's a list of things that can be done. It would take time. But at least we can see the beginning of steps after step toward a solution. And that is needed now, because if we enter, and hopefully we enter the ceasefire, and hopefully we get some of the hostages back, we enter into a very short period of time, and this is the right time to decide about, and what's next. Not just another deal, but a real change, creating hope for the entire region. Otherwise, we are doomed.
As we heard from many officials, leaders today, but first we need to put an end to a carnage in Gaza. We should help those poor children currently fighting different diseases because they don't have a bar of soap, as the aid cannot enter Gaza properly. I'm not sure if I have time for one more question from the audience. Is there anyone?
Humanitarian help, I support.
So, is there anyone that wants to ask? There's a gentleman over here raised his hand first with the blue tie, and then a lady behind.
Thank you very much. My name is Nate. I'm a Slovenian journalist, and my question will be actually referring to yours. What is actually the third way in terms of leadership on both sides? Is this maybe Mohamed Dahlan, the Palestinian leader in exile, and of course the leader of opposition, Yair Lapid?
I would accept what you just suggested. Israel politics is complicated enough. I'm not going to offer the Palestinians who's going to lead them. My conditions, and these are not only mine, in 2005, after we quit from Gaza Strip, the international community, the Quartet at the time, the times where the US and Russia worked together, said that any Palestinian government can be legitimate as long as they would renounce violence and terrorism, accept the right of Israel to exist, and abide to Oslo Agreement. So for me, these are the parameters. It's not about who's the leader, but about the guidelines and the beliefs of the future government or leadership on the Palestinian side. As for Israel, Israel is a democracy. Hopefully we have elections soon enough, and those that represent the liberal views or values, believing in Israel as a democracy, as a Jewish state with equal rights to all its citizens, would win these elections. And I truly hope that this is the end of Netanyahu's era. I hope so.
You and thousands of other Israelis, I would say, as we see those protests against Netanyahu, even before October 7th and the offensive in Gaza. Lady behind the gentleman wanted to ask a question. Please, if we can get her a mic. And I might have time for no, I don't have time, so this will be the last question. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Azra. I'm coming from Turkey, working at TRT World. You say that Israel has tried all diplomatic means to end the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. However, the embargo and blockade of Gaza, not just for the past 11 months, has been in place for years, not allowing any aid or humanitarian action. How can you then claim that Israel is open to negotiations for a peaceful settlement?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
She was saying that you were mentioning... Azra, can you repeat? It's really difficult.
A question or a statement?
No, it was a question. How can... Azra, can you say again?
How can you then claim that Israel is open to negotiations for a peaceful settlement?
How can you claim that Israel is open for negotiations about peaceful settlement if there's embargo put on Gaza?
I'm saying that I support a peaceful settlement not with Hamas, but without Hamas, with the Palestinian Authority. I do believe that although we are acting against terror within Gaza, Israel needs to enable humanitarian help to the Palestinians who live there. I know that it's these are my positions. I represent here my positions. And if the Israeli government is not doing so it can be criticized, but yet without, while enabling or recognizing the right of Israel to defend itself militarily, with helping the civilian Palestinians who live in Gaza to continue as far as they can with their life, and hopefully after the war, all of us will have a better life, also for the Palestinians in Gaza. But if Hamas stays in power, they will face another rounds and rounds, and that's why it's the international community's interest to change also the regime in Gaza that will turn into a regime which is not a terrorist organization, a regime that maybe we have a conflict with, a national conflict, but it's solvable, and not those that represent jihadist ideology of killing, raping, and all these atrocities that we faced.
Thank you, Ms. Livni. We don't have any more time. I do want to end this session. And I wanted to end it with, regardless of who my guest on this topic is, just with a story from a pediatric surgeon, American pediatric surgeon who spent several months in Gaza. She spoke on the panel during the Democratic National Convention. And she said there was a boy who had half of his head cut off. You probably listened to that. I think it was everywhere in media. And she was treating him, and next to him was his sister, who was completely burned, and he couldn't recognize her. And he told her, to surgeon, I wish I died as well. So as mothers, as women, 3 women discussing, this is something that...
It breaks my heart because children are children. But while you were talking, excuse me, I was thinking about burned children in Israeli cities or places near the border that lived peaceful life and they were burned, and about the women that were raped. We are not retaliating in Gaza. It's not about retaliation. It's about eradication of Hamas and hopefully creating some hope also for these families.
But regardless of
this
Israeli
stories-
government's
these
life for
stories-
Palestinians has been difficult even before.
So you know what? Okay. It's not, I know that when it comes to numbers, some would say, okay, so they killed 1,200. Oh yes, they burned some children. Maybe they raped some women, they cut organs. Maybe that's horrific, but you are killing more. But this is not the right way that the international community should look at this. Because I'm not asking the international community to ignore or to turn a blind eye to what the Israeli soldiers are doing in Gaza. But I ask the international community to judge us and Hamas as they are judging different or the same situation. There is no comparison between somebody who killed somebody by mistake in a car accident and somebody that enters into your home and killed deliberately and massacre and murder. It's about no legal or moral system would compare this. So you know what? I know, as I said before, it's not about retaliation, and I know that there are some Israelis that are speaking in that terms, and unfortunately there are ministers that are speaking the same, but you know what? You know how do I know what the Israeli soldiers are doing that? Because I couldn't sleep for 4 months after October 7th when my son left his 9-month-old baby to rescue another 9-month-old baby that was kidnapped by Hamas. This is the situation, this is the region where we live, and it's time to end this, not just saying let's have peace and end this, but say this is right, this is wrong, this is acceptable, this is not.
Okay, I don't have any more time. There's a ministerial panel coming up afterwards. But thank you all for being here with us. Thank you, Ms. Livni. Thank you, Ambassador
I want to say something, excuse me. Years ago, you were speaking about your first visit to Bled. I want to share on mine because I visited with my family, with my 2 sons when they were children. And I left this vacation hopeful because I know what this region passed through in terms of war. And I was in Slovenia and Croatia and crossed the borders. And I said to myself, okay, we can do it as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Please, thank you, Ms. Livni. Thank you. Please do stay with us. We are not making any more breaks. Coming up next is a ministerial panel with one of the leading topics, that is global turmoil, seeking stability in the midst of chaos. My colleague Nick will moderate that. And for me, thank you for now. I'm glad that you stayed for these 2 conversations. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator of the panel, Mr. Nick Gowing.
We are running an hour late, but I would ask for your patience, and if you could just respect the hall for a moment, please. That would be great, because if you do want to have a conversation, please could you do it outside, because we're now going to pick up from the very important remarks that we heard from the President, from the Foreign Minister, and from others this morning. And let me just underscore what it is. Global turmoil, seeking stability amidst chaos. Let me invite the panelists up here, please. And while you come up here, I will say a few more words. We have 7 guests, which means I'm actually going to sit here, a bit like being in a television studio, because then at least I can see the faces of the people I'm talking with and who are talking, sitting on the panel. Minister, please.
Foreign Minister of Croatia.
Indeed.
At 6:20.
Okay. Indeed, I'm aware of your message. Hello, hi, hi. Hello, hi. Now, even more mysterious, there are no names on any, oh, there are, good. You can see where you're sitting, and I'm going to be sitting here. We want to continue the spirit of the Middle East discussion, but we want to dig deeper into that issue of turmoil, seeking stability amidst change. Now, several of the guests do want to speak about the Middle East, so I'm going to put a limit of about 20 minutes on that. But then we want to talk in more depth. But before we get there, I want to know for how much the 7 guests actually believe there is chaos amidst the stability. And I have to say, I'm very struck by the president and the headline from the Strategic Times, which many of you will have seen. There it is. The road to Armageddon, and still pretending it's just a normal ride. That is an extraordinary statement in which she says, apart from anything else, it's all fading. What can we do to restore peace and stability in the world on the basis of the current order? Now, there was a feeling of almost despair, but there was one word which was used frequently this morning, the need for a new hope. And what I hope to do in the next 58 minutes is find out where the ministers can actually see there is a possibility of hope. So bear with me as we go on this voyage of exploration. And Foreign Minister, first of all, given what you said this morning, you were very much saying, and I have my notes here, the danger really of dishonesty among a lot of people now in the 92 conflicts there are around the world. Dishonesty in decision-making, apart from anything else. Just give me 1 minute on why you say that. I mean, that is a very significant thing for a senior diplomatic figure to be saying.
Let me say that it was an extremely challenging experience to organize this event. Why I say so? To bring people from different sides that are in conflicts at the same table in a very heated environment, be it in a civil society, be it among politicians, it's getting pretty much the same. It's a lot of emotions in place and a lot of inefficiency, if I say so. When we see that the structures, the world order, the multilateralism, the UN Charter, the international law is not being respected by a certain number of states, or they say we want peace, we want stability, we want two-state solution, we want to protect human lives, civilians, we are standing for humanity. On the other hand, they can be aggressors and conducting wars, instability, and doing the opposite.
So you're saying that structures of conciliation are disintegrating?
I'm saying that in some extent, being now in a Security Council and in the experience of last month, of course you feel certain frustration because this body that is the oldest organization that could provide peace and security is not really doing it in the absence of agreement what is the respect of international law and UN Charter. Then it is certain frustration and also, as you said, also despair or disbelief. So, but that should not give us negative feelings. We have to, as politicians, to continue to fight for what we believe it's right.
Right, let's leave it there for the moment. I'm going to go out of the diplomatic circle immediately to Natalie Tocci, who's the director of the Institute for International Affairs in Italy, because you wrote to me a couple of days ago in which you said something very clearly. The old is gone, the new hasn't yet identified itself. Quickly, Natalie, what do you mean by that?
Well, the old system has gone. It was an old system, an international system that initially was bipolar in nature and then became unipolar in nature. And it was a system in which essentially many of the things that Tanya was referring to were built, right? And so the order that was built on that multilateralism, the international law, the international organization that was premised essentially on US power has gone. Now, the point is that the new is not born yet. Some would like to see that
nothing is born yet. Nothing.
Well, there is chaos in between, and this is where the monsters come in, to put it in Gramscian terms. The old is dead and the new is yet to be born, and in between is the time of monsters. And that chaos, which is indeed the time of monsters, I think takes place or rather manifests itself in different ways. You have conflicts that are the product of that geopolitical struggle, of a new system that is trying to be born. If we think about Russia's invasion of Ukraine, if you think about tensions over Taiwan, the South China Sea, it is very clearly the product of that kind of great power rivalry. You have other conflicts, and in many respects, the Middle East that we've been talking about is the product of that, of essentially a power, right, the United States, that is unable or unwilling to deliver that peace, but regional players that are not sufficiently strong in order to construct it themselves. Right. And then you have other sets of issues, like the big transnational questions, climate change, technology, demography, right, that would require that kind of international cooperation, but the architecture has essentially been fragmenting.
Now, I'd like to invite all of you to come in as well with your idea of where stability is or not, and where chaos is. But let me, first of all, go to Kate Marie Burns, Ambassador from UCOM, US European Command, Civilian Deputy and Foreign Policy Advisor, and you were formerly Ambassador as well. Because you made a point that there's nothing, at the moment we're struggling in the middle somewhere, but we don't know where.
Well, I think that we are somewhere struggling a little bit here, but stability remains the right term, and it remains a valid objective. I don't think that we're in a moment of chaos. What we have is a period of severe disruptions and some very dangerous disruptors. But there is still an international order, and there are still some institutions that have proven remarkably adaptive and resilient. NATO is one of them, but it has also forced even the United States to rethink its approach here in Europe. I represent a U.S. European Command, an organization that is now rethinking its approach to European security and putting the alliance first and recognizing that our security has to be synonymous with European.
Is there a redefinition of security going on?
I think we've always talked about the importance of American security being tied with European security, but to recognize that our presence here, the very reason that the U.S. European Command is in Europe, is to enable NATO's success. And as NATO is now, again, I've been working as a diplomat 30 years. This is a different NATO, and it is one that is proving that it is resilient, that it has instruments that can apply, and we're in the period of defining how to put those into place with the plans that I think will underscore the hope that was talked about earlier.
But it could be very painful. Gordon Radman, welcome. You're Minister for Foreign and European Affairs of Croatia. What's your perspective on stability, turmoil, chaos? Are we using the right words here?
That's a good question, but however, if you heard today and on the high-level panel, so everyone is for stability. But for stability, we need to, first of all, to honor, to respect the values and the world-based order, rule-based order. However, there is our international law is broken by a Security Council member state, and it is something that ask for us to rethink and how we can be more stick to multilateralism, to establish a new multilateralism that could steer to reforms.
But isn't there no danger of resorting to the old language without knowing what the replacement is and whether it has any chance of working?
But stability, the who more than Croatia understands stability. Croatia was a victim more than 30 years ago. And also the same happened in Ukraine. So we knew who was the aggressor, international community knew who was the aggressor, culprit, and who was the victim. And we know very, very well how is it, how to get a stability, stable country, to get a peace. Peace doesn't have any alternative. But as the von der Leyen mentioned yesterday or 2 days ago in Prague, the peace is not taken for granted. So we have to invest in our world order, but world order based on the rule. Otherwise, so there is a chaotic wine.
Right, Stephen Doughty, Minister at the British Foreign Office. Minister, you have a large part of the world for Europe, North America, and overseas territories. is the view from King Charles Street in London that this is a time of turmoil and chaos?
Well, it's certainly a very challenging time.
Easy to resort to that. That's a very diplomatic word.
It's a very challenging time, but I think actually, the sort of definition of chaos is just a council of despair. And actually, the fact is we do have the institutions, we do have the structures, we do have the multilateral organisations, we do have NATO, we do have relationships like that between the UK and the EU, which we're seeking to reset. The question is what you do with them, and whether you invest in them, whether you respect them, and whether you show leadership on the world stage. And certainly as a new government of the UK, we're absolutely clear. We're committed to the multilateral system. We're committed to the rule of law. We're committed to NATO. We're not only just committed to NATO, we're going to invest in NATO. We're going to have a NATO test for our spending decisions, for our strategic review. We're committed to that track to 2.5% spending on NATO. We're committed to Ukraine. We're committed to standing up to Russia, to Iran, to DPRK. And we're committed to working with our allies, whether that's in the EU, whether that's outside of the EU in Europe, whether that's across the transatlantic relationship, whether that's around the world, not only on those security challenges, but also on climate change, also on growth and prosperity for peoples, on tackling poverty, on equal rights, on gender equality. The question is, do you live up to the principles of those organisations you're part of? Do you invest in them financially? And quite frankly, do you show political leadership in them? And that's certainly what we're committed to doing as a new government.
But I have to ask you, as a permanent member of the Security Council, the UK, do you feel that the system is now under real tension in a way which means that much of what we're talking about here simply has no chance of being resolved?
There clearly are tensions, but we've worked very cooperatively with Sabina on the Security Council. We've always had an agenda for UN reform, including of the Security Council itself, and we've long argued for permanent African representation, for the G4 to have membership. And so there are things that we need to do in those structures and reform them. But if we have simply a council of chaos and one of despair, then we might as well pack up our bags and go home. That's not what we've got to do. We've got to get back, stick our pedal to the metal and get on with it with our key allies.
Let me go to Andreas Koukouris. Welcome, Ambassador, Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Cyprus, former ambassador to London as well. Nice to see you here. What's your view from the Eastern Mediterranean about whether there's chaos lapping in those waters around your island?
Well, thank you.
Is it the right word to use or not?
Well, thank you firstly for allowing me to be part of this panel, and to thank Slovenia for the hospitality as well. Yes, I'm half an hour's flying time from Beirut, Damascus and Tel Aviv. That's how close we are to what is going on in the region at the moment. But what I would like to just comment on as well as a small state is the importance, because it's very easy to talk about the UN and the failure of the UN, whatever, but the UN is only as good as what the member states allow it to be. And if we push it squeeze it even further, of what the Security Council can do. So for a small country like Cyprus, which itself for 50 years now has had the situation of an occupation, our sword and our shield are those UN Security Council resolutions. So we do not take lightly in any way anything that comes out of the UN. Does it need recalibrating? Yes, I think we know that. It's not 1945 anymore, but it's what we have, and we need to make it work. Okay, and it's on us to make it work.
The message from Bled has to be, how do we make it work? How quickly do we make it work? What kind of consensus? Let me go to Andorra, to Ima Torfaus, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Welcome. Again, you sit there between Spain and France. You watch a lot of this going on. You don't have an army. So you're spared that, like Costa Rica. But when you look at this and you look at the judgments you're having to make, are we using the right words, stability and crisis and turmoil? It's open. Press the red button.
Crisis and turmoil, yes, of course. Chaos is maybe a too strong word to qualify the current situation. But it is undeniable that the international order is really strongly shaken now by many challenges that are serious attempts to the world's stability. As you said, Andorra is a very small country.
85,000 inhabitants, 460 square kilometers, and we've lived for centuries in peace and stability. We have more than 8 centuries of peace, and that's because until now we've withdrawn into ourselves and cut from the world. But now we know that there's no local challenge. All the challenges they aren't local, they aren't even national, not regional, but they are global challenges. And in front of these challenges, we want to play a role, an active role in the multilateral system, because we firmly believe in multilateralism to solve all the problems the humanity faces, geopolitical tensions, of course, climate change, all the issues related to technology, especially the threats of cyber attacks, misinformation, and of course other threats related sometimes with the lack of attention to cultural diversity. I think multilateral dialogue should be more inclusive, should take into account many perspectives, including small states' perspectives. And I was very happy to hear that the president of Slovenia talking about small states. All the states can give a new perspective, a new light to several issues. And I think multilateralism needs this diversity of points of view.
I'd like to pick up for all of you in a moment multilateralism and the Middle East, picking up on the discussion in the previous 2 panels and the previous 2 speakers, but it's for you to choose what you want to say. If you don't want to say anything, that's fine by me. I know from Cyprus you do want to say something, but Minister, can I just come to you first of all? You've 8 months in the Security Council, day 2 as the chair of the Security Council. I remember the kind of things you were saying a year ago about your belief in multilateralism. And you talked today about the principles you tried to uphold. Do you believe there is still a future for multilateralism that works, as opposed to just talking about it?
I mean, certainly I believe strongly in multilateralism. As a colleague said before, it's up to us, the governments, the states, how committed we are and what we are willing to accept and do in the future. Yes, we are having a big responsibility currently in the Security Council with many conflicts in the world.
92.
And to make multilateralism again effective, we'll need to make some changes, not only the reform, but also in the mindsets and in understanding what is all going wrong in the world with all the losing of human lives and civilian lives. That means a serious commitment. That means a responsible governments. And we need to make alliances with like-minded, with countries that do respect international law, that are committed to UN Charter, and also make this multilateralism, we often speak more somehow, I would say, change or adapt it to the current situation. And this is a challenge, and it doesn't happen overnight, but we have to push and continue on.
I've got to push you. I mean, everything's a challenge in the world, but is it a challenge? Is it something which can be overcome? Or do you believe there's a kind of volcanic eruption taking place in which nothing is being preserved? Is that your experience?
Honestly, I think it's extremely important that we are capable of listening each other, hearing each other, and also having a dialogue. We are a small country, we are a small diplomacy, but what we really try is to make alliances.
You're chairman of the Security Council.
Yeah, but just for example, we have on the 25th of September a big debate in the high-level week, which we will focus on bigger conflicts. Why? It's not only the war in Ukraine and Russian aggression or the Middle East. We have Sudan, we have partners from the region. If we want to engage everyone to feel it's also my problem, it's my conflict, we have to listen to each other. And I think it's extremely important to avoid criticism of double standards and be consistent, embrace and maybe be humble a bit.
Now, Minister, in the period before we came on the platform, in the last couple of days, your office made clear that you have two particular issues, particularly on the Middle East. Let's just focus on the Middle East for the next few minutes, about building consensus, the difficulty of building consensus, and the difficulty of overcoming national interests.
Well, thank you. Where I wanted to focus, because I'm seated here at a panel where we have representatives of large countries, small countries as well, is to show what the value added of smaller countries is. And in that part of the world, I often say that Cyprus is the European Union's lighthouse in the Eastern Mediterranean. And in the same way as you have a mosaic made up of big pieces and small pieces, that's how I see the EU, that we're all made up of individual pieces, but each piece is an integral part of the overall picture. And in that part of the world, Cyprus has a role to play. And we've tried to play that role since October 7th by creating a maritime corridor to Gaza, the Amal maritime corridor, specifically to get humanitarian aid to the Palestinians in Gaza. I think to date, if my figures are correct, there's over 20,000 pallets that have gone of food, water,
This is on the
medicine.
US-built port.
That was initially on the US-built platform, okay, and now we're looking at the port of Ashdod as well. But what I want to stress is that the maritime corridor is not there at the expense of any other corridor, whether it's Rafah or the Allenby Bridge, whatever. Every single pallet, every single bottle of water or food or medicine that can go to those in need should be explored. And that is what we have been trying to do, and I think in a very small way have succeeded in doing that. And we will continue to do that because it's not just about today in Gaza, it's tomorrow. There will be reconstruction tomorrow. And the fact that we were able to get Israel on board, where the food, medicine and water that would be going would be screened in Cyprus, and then that's the last screening that takes place, and then it's given to the Palestinians, I think was a major success in that respect.
Major success, but how do you quantify the role of politicians, diplomats, civil servants and others to just get there to that point where it could happen?
It took a lot of hard work and a lot of discussions at the highest level with the president and the foreign minister, okay, able to get Israel on board, the Palestinians with the help of the US, the UK, the European Union, United Arab Emirates, and many other countries that have been involved in wishing to send aid to the Palestinians in Gaza through the Amal maritime corridor.
Now, Minister, you've got to leave shortly, but I want to get your view from Croatia about the Middle East and how this is impacting, in your belief. You were recently, not so long ago, presidency of the EU for 6 months. What you're seeing in terms of the ability of the diplomatic process to actually work or not?
We follow the European policy, but also when it comes to the Croatia, so our bilateral relations with Israel, also with Palestinian authorities, however. So first of all, we, from the very beginning, we accused, condemned the Hamas attack on Israel. Now, so we want peaceful. We want that first of all, a ceasefire agreement, and when we appeal of all sides involved in this conflict, and not only there, but also surrounding countries who did a lot. There is Jordan, there is Egypt, and Qatar, and so GCC countries who are really in supporting peace, stability, and to alleviate probably the escalation. However, Croatia, our approach is two-state solution. But however, first of all, we want to know who is in Palestine. We want to recognize Palestine as a country, but we want to know who is another authorities, what is the territory, and recognition of the Palestine must be outcome results on agreement between two sides. Otherwise, so we are just it's a hypocrisy, and for us that so we would like to recognize Palestine. Yes, but as a result of the agreement between two sides. Otherwise, recognizing Palestine right now, it's recognize the Hamas.
Stephen Doughty, you've actually been the minister for 2 months since the British general election on July the 4th. You're working for David Lammy, who's the Foreign Secretary, who's been to the Middle East numerous times. The reason I'm just coming to you, particularly as a permanent member of the Security Council, is you're involved in private discussions. I know it's not your area specifically, but what have you noticed? What have you noted about the attitude towards what is happening in the Middle East almost a year, since October the 7th?
Well, I think the first thing to make absolutely clear is that we need an immediate ceasefire. We need the hostages released. We need to get back to a political process, to a two-state solution, where you have a secure Israel alongside a secure Palestine. And we want to see recognition as part of a process of peace and stability in the region. It's clear that the world has taken its eye away far too long from that political process. And then we're seeing the terrible tragedies that we're seeing, whether it's in Gaza or indeed the terrible deaths of the hostages we saw just in the last 48 hours. But we've restarted our aid to UNRWA. We've engaged extensively with key partners in the region. It's clear that a solution is only going to be possible with working with partners in the region. That's why David Lammy, it's why the Prime Minister has been making those calls. It's why other key figures from the government have been out on a regular basis.
To put it bluntly, do you think they are listened to, apart from politely?
Well, I think we are being listened to, we are being engaged with, and we've been proactive in the conversations that we've been having. And there is a way forward, there is a way to get a ceasefire, and we've been working closely with partners, whether it's in the Gulf or whether it's Egypt, whether it's Qatar, and the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others have been working day and night on this issue. But it is clear that the only way forward is that political process, and that's why we need an immediate ceasefire and the release of the hostages.
Tanya, quickly.
Yeah. Just very quickly, let me give you a short reflection about the recognition of Palestinian state in Slovenia, just a different perspective, because a lot of colleagues ask me when we try to persuade and follow our example, we want to see the result on the ground. Yes, we do want to see it too, but in the absence of a ceasefire, in the absence of any reasonable dialogue with the Israeli government, and I was twice there before the recognition, and I spoke with Israeli colleagues and the representatives of the government, and they don't, Knesset back in summer, set a message, we don't want a Palestinian state. So when you have the absence of any reasonable thinking in the government, we wanted to send a hope and give Palestinians on the equal footing, that they can somehow strengthen the authority and try to control and also negotiate as an equal partner.
Natalie, come in here, you're lucky, you don't actually have to negotiate with anybody, but you can observe it and hopefully get deep inside the minds of those who are struggling with things like what is happening in the Middle East. I think of what it was like 30 years ago, trying to get agreement here in the Balkans. Look where we are now. It's remarkable what has happened. But what's your summary analysis of where we have got to in terms of the credibility of negotiation, the credibility of multilateralism? We can all talk about it, but it ain't there.
Well, see, I mean, I think, whereas, I don't know, if we take Ukraine, the war in Ukraine and multilateralism there's a nexus that is clearly broken, right? I think when it comes to the Middle East, the problem is not multilateralism, actually. I mean, if you think of it, the UN General Assembly has been actually very united on the Middle East and on this war. If you think of the UN Security Council, it took a while, right? But eventually, there is a resolution in the UN Security Council that bridges that global divide. If you think about the role of UN agencies, right? I mean, where would Gaza be without UNRWA? And thankfully, now aid has resumed. So the problem is not multilateralism. The problem is that, someone earlier said, the UN is and can only be the sum of its parts. The fact that those states within the UN that have leverage have not been using it to ensure that that enforcement takes place. And obviously here I'm talking about the United States, I'm talking about Europe that has the ability but perhaps doesn't have the will, I'm talking about Europeans that may have some capability but don't have the will because they're divided over this. I'm talking about, on the other side, actors like Iran. I mean, I'm talking about all of those players that have leverage on the parties that have not been able or willing to use that leverage. There's a problem of enforcement. There's not a problem of agreements of where we want to go.
Kate, in many ways, what we're talking about is not necessarily a key part of European command, but it is because it's about the fringe security realities and the impact that that could have on European security. What's your assessment? How do you gauge this? How are you pulling this together in your minds at the moment at EUCOM?
Well, I think that's a valid point. I mean, if it's an issue of concern to anybody in Europe, it's an issue of concern to ours. In this particular case, the United States has been very actively involved in diplomacy, and I think just the time and travel of our senior policymakers to the region to talk with all of the players, I think speaks for itself and to the importance of...
You're among friends here. What is the level of frustration? Blinken can go there and have 9 trips and so on, but does it mean he achieves anything?
He's going to continue trying, and I think it goes back to the point,
anything?
We have to continue to use the instruments and the frameworks that we have and to support the principles that we've already stood by. And I think President Biden laid those out very clearly in the very beginning when he put the first proposals for a peace plan on the table, through the bridging proposals, about our support for Israel, about the importance of the return of the hostages, the importance of a ceasefire, and then a viable two-state solution. So all of these things are part of the overall discussion. From a European security perspective, it is important that we continue to engage with our European partners on all of these issues to understand where they are and the tensions that they feel, the struggles, the debates that are having in their parliaments, and then working on ways that we can address parts of the problem together. And here I would like to compliment the incredible role that Cyprus has played, both in terms of coordinating humanitarian assistance, but also working with allies on contingency plans and operations to protect civilians in the region. They have played an outstanding role, even for a large country like mine, in terms of understanding how we can operate effectively together in a small space and in a contested space.
Let me move it on. And Minister, I know you've got to leave in 5 minutes, but let me just, within EUCOM, we've talked about the Middle East rather briefly, but we've at least got some headlines there. But when you look at what is happening now with Russia, and you hear Kasparov a couple of hours ago say he's after all of us, and essentially it's not about a kinetic war, it's about destabilizing our communities and our societies, all societies represented on this platform and many more. What is your assessment, therefore, of whether we should be using the words stability and chaos when it comes to analyzing what Putin may be planning and with his mini submarines and everything else?
So we continue to see Russia as a chronic and growing threat. Their ends have not in any way been achieved in Ukraine, and they will not be achieved in Ukraine, no matter the outcome of the war. Russia has a broader agenda, and it is not in alignment with the principles and values that we have stood for as an alliance. So we have to address the fact that this is the Russia that exists. And I think that's happened here in Europe. The president talked about a turning point. We talk about sort of the most significant change in NATO in 35 years. And NATO has adapted. It has developed a deterrence and defense strategy for the Euro-Atlantic area.
Have mindsets really gripped the enormity?
Mindsets are changing, and it's a difficult process. NATO is first and foremost a political organization. This was a military act of aggression. It has been followed through by other acts of aggression, and we only are beginning to wrap our heads around the challenge that Russia has posed. So we have to look at incorporating the way we would in a national security strategy, the diplomatic, informational, military, and economic instruments, and using those in a synchronicity that works We have to figure out how to do that in a multilateral setting, in this case in the NATO alliance, which is one of the reasons why you saw coming out of the Washington summit a strategy for resilience as well as deterrence and defense.
So, Minister, just before you get on your plane to Zagreb, let me ask you about the Croatian position, because you've announced recently a limited form of national service to prepare people for the inevitability of something far more sinister coming. I find that quite chilling, being in a region where I remember being at war here. I remember the tanks up the road here in Slovenia. How much do you think mindsets are really changing?
When it comes to Croatia, so I think so everything is okay. We are very optimistic, and we stick together. Our solidarity.
You're very optimistic.
Yes, but first of all.
About what?
We are optimistic.
Make people have hope before dinner.
Look, I can be also provocative probably, but however, we are here now representing the like-minded countries. We are together. But sometimes sitting together with a representative of UK, USA, and it reminds me under Churchill what he said. I will quote something that there is only one thing worse: fighting with allies, but then allies. There is fighting without them. But of course, also during this last period, and so nothing changed when it comes to the chaos, when it comes to willing of some countries or some autocratic leaders to make a parallel world. And it's something that is what is also in the contemporary could be. I just also, would like to quote Woodrow Wilson, who said something that just before the U.S. entered the First World War, namely, there must be not a balance of power, but a community of balance and not organized rivalries, but organized a common of peace.
Let me come back to that question about national service. It's limited, I know, for many reasons. But is this you trying to now manage a situation to make sure there isn't turmoil, there is a degree of stability, even if there's uncertainty?
But, stability, we are on the edge of instability. And we don't like to spill over to, the Croatia. Croatia is our immediate neighborhood is in Western Balkans. And Western Balkans could be a training ground for the geostrategic competition. And the countries of the Western Balkans, they are countries where their influence or the malign influence could be visible, and there is even visible. We want the Western Balkans country, if they want to be a member of European Union, first of all, to align with their policy with the European foreign and security policy. And the countries should, if we did, should stick together with the solidarity in order to impose the sanction against Russia. And of course, to promote regional stability and good neighborly relations. The Western Balkans is surrounded by members of the European Union. It's on European soil, and they can nowhere go. They are there, and they have also ambitions to be member of EU or NATO. But first of all, the European Union and NATO should be more present also there. And solidarity, I think so, the transatlantic order relies on solidarity and, of course, readiness to invest, first of all, now in the defense and industry.
Right. All right. I think it's time if you want to leave. I'd like to keep you there, but if your watch tells you...
I can also be back if I will finish. There is a broadcasting in life, and I have to be, that we fixed this...
Don't be driven by...
I'm so sorry that...
I'm sorry I've got my back to you, but...
I will try to be back.
Okay. I'd like to open it up in a moment, so if there are two microphones, if you can get the microphone from certainly for the young Bled fellows, please get the microphone to you in the next 15 minutes. What I'm sort of coming down... Good to see you. What I'd like to try and persuade you to think about is, look, I'm a journalist, former journalist. It's easy to use the word turmoil and crisis. It's easy to use the words instability. It's easy to use the word pessimism. Now, I'm not saying that anything good is happening in the Middle East and Russia. But what I'm saying is, I would suggest to you, there's a degree of control now. Managed control. Poland raising its GDP, military spending to 4%. There's now a degree of managed control, even though the realities are changing. Would anyone like to agree or disagree with me? Stephen?
I think Churchill was just mentioned a moment ago, and I definitely think, we definitely need a lot more Churchill, and from my own party's background, a lot more Attlee and Bevin, and a lot less Chamberlain. And that goes not just for having a clear-headed assessment of the threats and challenges we face, but also where those exist, how we're going to work together to deal with them, and then, as I said, having that political leadership and dedication and investment, and actually putting our money and our political effort where our mouths are. But I am an optimist fundamentally. I mean, when you look at NATO now,
optimist or realist?
No, I'm an optimist and a realist. That's what I mean about being hard-headed, but also being an optimist. If we talk ourselves into a sense of defeat, I mean, this is exactly the game that Russia is playing with the types of messages that it puts out into our societies, into our politics, and we need to recognise that those hybrid tactics that they've been using for a very long time partly are aimed at sapping, the confidence of our populations, of our media, of our politicians, of our societies. And quite frankly, we've got to just turn that on its head and prove them the opposite way, just as we have done. Sweden and Finland joining NATO, the UK resetting its relationship with the EU after a very, very difficult period, coming together to work in the Western Balkans. But we've also got to have, I think, a pretty hard-headed assessment of those other threats I often talk about on the flanks and rears. What are we doing in the Western Balkans together? What are we doing to support Moldova in the run-up to a challenging political period with Russia acting in the way that they are over the next few months? What are we doing in the Caucasus together? What are we doing in North Africa? And quite frankly, what are we doing about, and Tanya was absolutely right to raise this, the huge challenges and human suffering and misery that are going on in other parts of the world, in the global south, in places like Sudan. But fundamentally, I am an optimist. I think we're stronger than we ever have been. I think we do have political leaders who recognise that threat. And I am optimistic about our chance to defeat and to challenge our adversaries.
But you're all insiders. Is it too easy to default to this crisis mentality when actually there's a degree of control now? Obviously, on February the 24th, 3 years ago, that was not a good day. But things have now evolved into a sense of stability, or not?
I just wanted to say what you wanted to persuade us. I'm also a former journalist, and I know where you're taking us, that we are very responsible for how we are using the narrative, whether it's crisis, like a migration crisis, whether it's chaos, not to scare people when the situation is not there. I'm not by nature neither a pessimist, I'm more an optimist. In politics, I'm a cautious optimist and also realist. But I think you are right, we should be very careful how we are using our words. And I think chaos, it's not a well description of current situation. We still have institutions, forums that are functioning. We have each other that are also our relations are functioning. What we are fearing or what we are concerned is current paralysis we see, or this world of different realities we are speaking about.
I'm going to ask you to be quite brief because I want to get a couple of questions in.
Thank you for that. I think, we talked at the beginning of the Security General of the Forum mentioned the fact that it's not enough to have hope, but to have a plan. And I think what we have now is a level of political unity and will, and we're building that trust with our allies.
And awareness.
And now we're talking about the plans, exactly, the ways. And so we're figuring out how to work through some of these problems in dynamic ways. And these threats are more dynamic than many that we've seen before. So trying to find just a static end state is a very difficult proposition. But if you think about a desired set of future conditions that provide for stability and security in Europe, now we have an opportunity to work together. And I think one of the first things we need to do is to build trust with additional stakeholders. stakeholders. So even the US military command in Europe now has a relationship with the EU. We have relationships with partners that are outside of NATO, even as we build an alliance-first strategy in which we try to integrate with the allies by design, not on execution, and going back to plans, but thinking through ahead of time before we come up with any plan or strategy. How are the allies going to be part of that? How are we, more importantly, going to be part of that with our allies rather than trying to figure out on the other end? So again, it takes time, but the process is there.
Emma, then Natalie, do you want to come in on this? About whether we're using the right language? Or mindset? Microphone.
As I said, chaos is not the right word, but of course we need to work more together in a more inclusive way. And for some of the big challenges, maybe we have to hear more what first the civil society has to say, and also, for example, in all the questions related to digitalization, the private sector, the regulators of the systems. I think we have the instruments, we have the structures, but we need more tools. And some of the tools could be those broad networks of policymakers and private sector regulators, especially in the field of digitalization, artificial intelligence, and all this cyber issue that is a big challenge as well, I think.
Natalie, then a couple of questions from the floor, please.
Yeah, I mean, I guess because I'm the unofficial voice on the panel, I'm less uncomfortable with the word chaos. Perhaps the way Garry Kasparov was putting it earlier is more accurate. We're in winter. So very clearly we're in winter. Now, the fact that we're in winter or chaos doesn't mean, though, that we can't get to spring. So that doesn't mean that these people, not me, have agency. They do have agency. They can do something about it. I'm not sure, though, that stability is what we should be seeking. I mean, it is a period of change. So it's a question of managing that change. Now, how do you manage that change? By doing some of the things that we've been talking about, by building your defense, by working on your democratic resilience, addressing some of the problems from disinformation, that we've been talking about over the course of this afternoon, by, strengthening that multilateralism, abiding by international law, building partnerships, different partnerships, without meaning that this then translates into crude transactionalism, which is often how we tend to then, think about, different ways of partnering with different countries around the world. So, acknowledging the fact that there is, to an extent, chaos does not mean to say that you can't do something about it. I mean, as I said, we're in winter, but we can get to that spring.
I still remember the Polish Prime Minister Morawiecki a couple of years ago at the Munich Security Conference. He said, we've come to the end of a 2-decade nap. Now we're facing reality. And I'd put to you that this is about mindset change. I'll come to you for closing thoughts in a moment. Who's got a... Wow, we're going to be here till dinner. Right, who's got the microphone? Possession.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Ann Linde. I'm the former Foreign Minister of Sweden and the EU Minister. I have a question, firstly to Tanya, but also to others. Less than 3 weeks, it will be Summit of the Future. The days before the United Nations General Assembly, with a try to totally reform UN. We are many who have been working in think tanks and all over the globe to have a second charter of UN and to change so it's more global, more with equality, everything like that. Is there a chance that there is the possibility to get a new charter for UN that is more representative over the globe? And
Thanks,
if
Anna.
not,
Thanks.
what can we do?
All right, point taken. Who else? Can you get the microphone way to the back to the young fellows as well? The fellows, if you're a fellow and you're a young Bled fellow, please put up your hand. The microphone is heading to you. If you're not, I'll still take the question. But when you look at the mood in New York at the moment, particularly as it's coming within your presidency or chair.
I mean, we definitely want to focus our debate oriented to the future. What can Security Council, what can UN, multilateralism do to overcome the conflicts and the divisions and polarization that exists. And it coincides very well with the discussion on the Summit of the Future. I think Peter said well at the beginning, we do hope there will be some positive development during the September. And I'm not allowed to say I'm cautiously optimistic. But I mean, if you have countries, you know, at the Security Council table that are bluntly violating the international law, it's very difficult to discuss about substantial changes. But we do have to try, and we are doing that. And the summit is an excellent opportunity. I mean, first, we will focus, as I said, on the major conflicts. So what we have to see is commitment to the international law and UN Charter at the table. I think this is the basis to end the conflicts and put the different sides to speak to each other.
Anyone else optimistic that, I'm using your word, optimistic that the Summit for the Future will produce that kind of level of change, achievement? Thank you, Anna. Who's got the microphone, please? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name's Dr. Richard Elman, and at the moment one of the things I'm doing is coordinating programs in the Sudan, in Somalia, in Yemen, and also in the West Bank. And my question is that now that we're in winter, it seems that a lot of us have good winter coats, others have nothing to put on whatsoever. Is there a chance, for example, with the case of Sudan, where there are now 12.5 million people being displaced, that a new form of United Nations, looking at the Summit for the Future, will be capable at last of paying attention to countries who are not economically important to Western world?
Just before you leave the microphone, get the microphone back, how would you describe what is happening in Sudan? Front page, cover page of The Economist this week. It's the forgotten crisis, the Janjaweed and so on. Most people don't even know what we're talking about. But how significant is it? Is it a word? Is it a conflict you'd use?
Said it's important that it's forgotten, but it's not forgotten. People are very aware of it, and I always like to congratulate the Slovenian government for their awareness regarding world politics, and they've done it again today by mentioning Sudan. But that's very rare. I attend conferences all over the world, and it's a very rare event. I think the most important thing about the Sudan is an example of what is, in Western eyes, an unimportant conflict, because it's a civil conflict, and so nobody is being affected outside of those.
Would you use the word turmoil or chaos?
I would use the word turmoil and chaos.
Thank you. All right, please. We've got 7 minutes to go, so get the microphone to somebody else. Please, who'd like to come in?
I mean, just on the Sudan point, I mean, it's certainly not forgotten by us in the UK. And I actually represented a district in South Wales that has a substantial Sudanese diaspora, and I was with members of different communities, actually. And I think the scale of what's happening in Sudan, not just in one location, but in multiple different aspects of this conflict, let alone what's going on in South Sudan, is utterly horrific.
How much did they lobby you as a constituency member of parliament?
Oh, substantially. I mean, but they didn't need to lobby me because I'd already raised their cases on a regular basis in the past. And having worked in the humanitarian sector before coming into politics, I'd worked on issues around Darfur and around South Sudan before. But I think there are a whole series of other crises going on. I mean, you know, what is going on in the Sahel? Somalia was mentioned there as well. Yeah. And also we have to look at what the same malign actors that are operating within Europe are doing in these contexts as well, and Russia's behaviour across the Sahel in particular, and in other locations, let alone Iran, is of huge concern. So I think these things matter both in themselves, the horror and the human suffering, but also they are part of a wider geopolitical picture that we all need to understand and be concerned about.
That view from on the ground and internal conflict, Natalie, turmoil and chaos.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is really the perfect example that highlights how, whereas once upon a time, not that it was always particularly successful, but it was clear, right? I mean, when you had basically one hegemon in the world, it was clear who had to take responsibility. At times, they was mainly the United States. At times, they would succeed. At times, they would fail. But it was clear who was going to try and do something. The point is that now we are in a world in which the US at times doesn't have the bandwidth, basically, to deal with everything. Even the things that it can deal with, it is at times successful, at times less so, but no one else is in charge, right? There's no one else that is stepping in that vacuum, and whereas ideally you would be in a world in which, in a sense, responsibility would be more regionalized, at times that regionalization is precisely part of the problem in these conflicts. So not only do you have regional players that don't play a constructive role, but they're part and parcel of those conflict dynamics.
Tanya, just help us. It's a bit unfair maybe to lob, because you can't read everything every day, but where is Sudan on your list from the Security Council?
As I told you, it's very high on the agenda, because on the debate 25th of September in the high-level week, the debate that will be moderated by the Prime Minister, we decided to put major conflicts. And if you look today around the globe, to 3 major conflicts we have, and it's Russian aggression in Ukraine, Middle East, and Sudan. So we will open the debate on all 3 crises, but also all the regional aspects. So everyone could reflect maybe their regional situation and the efficiency of multilateralism and the Security Council or UN, other multilateral organizations. What can we do to prevent people from dying, to end the conflicts, to make some peace and security? What is the collective responsibility of UN?
I hope that gives you a scintilla of optimism. I can see a hand going up there. I think that's acknowledgement. Please, you've got a microphone.
Thank you very much. Nicholas White from the consultancy APCO Worldwide, speaking in a personal capacity. There's been a very rich discussion, but there's one very big country that hasn't really been mentioned. And I'd be interested to know, what do the panelists think? Is China part of the solution or part of the problem?
Okay, and get the microphone to one more person, please. China.
I mean, China is a challenge, but I mean, we approach it through the lens of the 3 C's, which is that on many issues we have to cooperate with China, on climate change, on global institutions, on green transition, and there are areas where we are going to come into competition, and there are areas where we have to challenge, and rightly do. And we've launched an audit review of our China policies across government, and again we will take a very level-headed view as to the nature of those. But it is important, again, going back to what I said earlier, that we are doing that in collaboration with allies and others, and having a harder-headed assessment of where those challenges lie, and whether that's with the United States, the European Union, or other key actors.
Well, I mean, it's very clear that there are some, challenges, conflicts, crises in which it's part of the problem, right? I mean, there wouldn't be a problem over Taiwan if it wasn't for China. There wouldn't be a South China Sea problem if it wasn't for China, by definition. Having said this, I think that some of the conflicts that we've been talking about would actually benefit enormously for a greater Chinese responsibility. I mean, to see China playing more of a role in the Middle East, rather than sit back, relax, and, sort of watch the US fail, get China to step in more and take more responsibility for some of these other conflicts.
So that you believe they could be more assertive?
Well, I think they should be more part of the solution to some conflicts.
Okay. One final question. Who's got the microphone?
I do. My name is Heather Vokush, and thank you very much. I was really fascinated by the concept of the old is gone and the new hasn't identified itself. I think that's brilliant. And especially in the context of very much looking at our language. Is it chaos? Is it turmoil? But I think what is very interesting is the things that we don't talk about. And for example, weapons, the impact of weapons. The COP system doesn't even look at the impact of climate change on weapons. So my question to you is this: in the new, what issues that currently are not on the table would you like to see on the table?
And I was very struck by the President, I think as well, you, Tanya, earlier talking about climate change and the climate emergency and the impact on security and so on. We've only got 3 minutes left, as you can see, but these are important points. We only have an hour, unfortunately. We could probably extend it to a day and begin to raise some of those points. But what's your view, Minister?
Well, surely climate change is the issue that should be dominating our thought process as well. Because we all have a responsibility there in arresting where we are heading. And I think that's what we need to do. We need to, we know what the scientific evidence is. we need to move from words to action, but it takes, is it a bottom down or a down from bottom up or top down approach? I think it's a collective approach. Governments have a responsibility, but we as individuals too have an incredible responsibility in making
pick up on this, on Eurocommand and your responsibility and what you now chart, how you describe the real threats which go beyond the kinetic weaponry.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, if you're going to look at a successful strategy or successful plan, you've got to take into account all of the threats that are out there, and then you have to plan for them, and you have to build them into your operations. So we do talk a lot about climate change. We talk about how it's changing the high north and the Arctic region. We talk about what's happening to the south of Europe and the effect that has on economic migration, on civilian wellness, on livelihoods. But we also talk about other things, the cyber threat and how vulnerable our systems are. Some of those systems are not necessarily governmental. They're non-governmental. They're privately owned. Same in the information space. And so all of these things, I think, are new challenges that we have to address, and we have to involve the broader civil society, private sector, and all parts of government, not just the military.
So in response to that question, what you're saying is that climate and sustainability and biodiversity, they are part of societal stability being threatened at the moment right across even the developed world in Europe.
Well, I think everything about planning for how you're going to defend an alliance requires a good understanding of what that climate change is going to have. I mean, there's a realistic fact. What does it do to ports? What does it do to land routes? How are we going to be able to sustain? How are we going to manage these situations when you have civilian populations that are being affected at the same time? So all of these things, if you want a realistic plan that's going to hold up, has got to be incorporated from the outset, and that's what we're trying to do, using technology, using modeling, using expertise from outside to develop the best possible plans that we can. And that, again, that's just in the military space. Obviously, it's happening in the policy space as well.
Natalie, do you want to come in there, given what you quoted?
Yeah, I mean, I think, sort of what should be more at the heart of the discussion is what one could define as the nexus issues, which really sees climate at the core here. But it's climate in the way in which it interacts with security, with defense, with food security, with, you can literally sort of, break it down in all of the nexi, and that should be far more of an integral part of a discussion than what it is today.
Anyone else want to come in? Tanya, can I come to you at the end? Stephen, quickly.
Well, obviously climate has to be at the heart of it. It's why it's the heart of our 5 missions as a new government, and that green transition and delivering for our people at the same time as working together with our international allies. But in terms of 4 technological areas, AI, quantum, nanotech, space, got to fundamentally change, our economies, societies, defence and security issues. And the one thing that hasn't gone away, but we haven't talked about today, and certainly I don't have time to, is violent extremism. And you only have to look at the horrible things that we've seen in the last few weeks, both in Europe, but elsewhere. And the challenges, if we'd have been on this panel 20 years ago, I think we're on the 19th edition of Bled, we would have been talking about terrorism and extremism, and it's barely come up today. Those challenges are real, they're huge, they're fueled by some of the same dynamics, and we all need to ensure our societies are resilient and responsive to the types of threats that are out there.
Final thought, Tanya, if I can. I mean, you sit in councils at the European Union, you're at the NATO summit in Washington, celebrating 75 years, but marking a new departure of where NATO has to go now. How would you say what we've talked about here is being reflected among the political leaders in the alignments and among allies that you are dealing with?
I had prepared different thoughts, but certainly at NATO discussions, so with the alliance, that is the oldest, as you say, political alliance based on shared values, it's important to strengthen these values and build our future upon these values. This is democracy, the rule of law, solidarity. And let me just reflect briefly, if you allow me. I perfectly agree on climate change. We all face extreme weather conditions. We see how important it is to have solidarity and how better we have to be prepared for future extreme weather conditions because climate change is there. But I want to mention still, we live in the era of disinformation, of fake news, of malign propaganda that is influencing our society. And we live in an era of hybrid attacks, cyber attacks, threats to our systems, and at the same time in the era of artificial intelligence. And this is something that we are not discussing often, but it's all around us. And if it gets in the wrong hands, just briefly, can cause a huge damage. And I think this deserves a lot of attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you all, as well as the minister who's left for Croatia. Thank you as well for actually staying in here rather than going out and enjoying the heat around the lake. But thank you all enormously. We are an hour beyond where we set out to get to. So thank you very much. I hope we've managed to cover a lot of the issues which were on your mind, even if we didn't cover them in as much detail as you would have liked. So thank you very much, and thank you to the panelists as well. Thank you very much.